Good. Good morning, everyone. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid, in-person, and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee of an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Our hearing procedure, I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda with the exception of some items that have been requested to be deferred by the applicant. We'll deal with those in order separately and before the rest of the agenda. Making submissions. Where an application is uncontested, the application agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then, individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. So prior to hearing our first item, we need to confirm the minutes of the last meeting. Do I have a mover to approve those minutes?
Mr. Chair, I'll move a motion to approve the previous minutes.
And I guess, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, I think I was the only other person in attendance. Is it okay for me to second those?
Yep, anyone can second.
Okay, I will second the approval of the minutes of the last meeting then. All in favor? That's carried.
Mr. Chair, can we get a motion to adopt the 2024 hearing dates?
Yes. We all received recently a chart outlining the hearings coming up for 2024. If I could have a motion to approve that list of meetings.
I'll bring motion.
Madam Popovic, thank you. A seconder? Mr. Dalton, thank you. All in favor? Okay, those meeting dates are approved by the committee. Are there any declarations of interest of either the panel or staff for any items in the time slot today? I don't see any. Thank you. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have you received any requests for deferral?
Yes, we have 4. The first one being item number 2, 29 Lake Promenade.
I'm sorry, there were others?
We'll do them in order as the,
Okay,
can do
so
a
we'll just,
motion.
okay,
Yep.
and then we'll, all right,
Yep.
good idea. All right, let's deal then with item number 2, which is 29 Lakeshore Promenade. The
Lake
agent has
Promenade.
advised us that they wish to defer because they are attending to some medical issues, I think as we speak, in the United States. Is there anyone in the room this morning that was here to speak to item 2, 29 Lakeshore Promenade? No? Okay, then I believe we have at least Andy Choles on virtual audio. Mr. Choles, are you with us this morning?
The agent is not Andy Choles.
It's not Andy Choles? Yeah, I know we haven't got an agent to speak, so I'm moving to opponents.
Good morning, Your Honor.
You
I'm
do have
the
an
agent. My name is
Okay,
my name is Steve.
All right, so I'm sorry. This is new information as far as I'm concerned. The last information I had was a deferral request, but you're saying that you're the agent and you're proceeding.
No, I would like to request a deferral officially.
Okay. And the reasons for your request?
The owner is undergoing a medical procedure, so
Okay.
we would like to defer.
I apologize. I assumed that the agent wasn't available, so I was kind of speaking on their behalf, but you're doing that. Okay, so,
Thank you.
so we will now hear from people that were registered to speak on this item. And I believe there's only one staff. I think it's Andy Choles. Mr. Choles, are you available to speak to us?
Good morning. Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Scholes, I know as a representative of the Long Branch Neighborhood Association, you've been through this kind of matter before, and we're not, in light of a deferral request, it would not be our intent to hear the merits on this application today. It would be just to hear from you on whether or not you are agreeable to a deferral for the reasons that have been stated. Mr. Scholes?
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, did you hear me?
I heard you, but you obviously can't hear me.
I'm hearing
hear me
you
now?
quite well right now.
Okay, very good. I have no problem with a deferral for this application, but I have to ask, is this the right form for this application? I've been at many of these COA hearings where they're talking about houses before they're being built. This one is complete and standing on Lake Promenade. It's quite a history, it seems, of this decisions on this property, and sometimes the conditions have been ignored, basically. I have to ask, when does this go from planning to legal?
Yeah, well, this isn't the first case like this, and I think our view is we deal with this as if the building is not there. So we're not really affected by that fact.
Okay, I can assure you it's there, but
Oh,
if
we know it's
deferred,
there.
I will be here for the deferral.
We know it's there, but we don't consider its existence in our decision.
Okay, very good.
Okay, so then I did hear you say you're agreeable to a deferral.
Deferral would be fine.
Okay. We had another letter of opposition, but I don't believe that person registered as a speaker, so I think we have enough information to proceed on a decision whether or not to defer this application.
Is there anyone present in the room for 29 Lake Promenade?
That was already asked.
Okay,
Yep.
we can have a motion.
Now, Madam Deputy Secretary, they have asked for deferral to a specific date, the next hearing, November the 23rd. Is it possible to enshrine that into the minute?
Sorry, it's been rescheduled for December 7th.
December 7th. Okay, then panel, if you're going to move approval of the deferral, could you specify that it's deferred to the hearing on December the 7th? And with that,
Mr.
I'll-
Chair, I'd like to ask a question of the applicant, if I may.
Yeah.
Sir, are you prepared to present this? Who was to present this? Were you going to present this, or was the owner to present this item?
I'm not prepared today to present.
Okay, because to me, the medical situation of your client, I don't fail to see the relevance of your ability to present this item now.
I think he's just here to speak on the deferral. I don't.
Yeah, I know, but I want to make a comment.
Yes, I'm not authorized to present anything, so I'm here just to officially defer.
Yeah, okay, and the deferral is in your interest because the thing is already built, and that's my point. And I find it somewhat distasteful that if you were going to do the presentation anyway, then why can't you just do the presentation? Anyway, I just wanted to voice that comment. Thank you.
Yep.
I'd actually like to ask a question of the applicant's agent. Are you aware that community planning is asking for refusal?
I'm not aware.
Okay, well, you are now.
Okay.
And then I guess in fairness, they've offered an alternate to install privacy screens if we chose to approve it. So I think my original question still stands. looking for a motion on whether or not to grant a deferral of this application to the hearing on December the 7th.
Motion to defer to December the 7th, 2023.
Ms. Popovic, thank you very much. Do I have a seconder? Oh, I'm going to give it to Mr. Dalton. He had his hand up in the polite way. All in favor? Okay, the application has been deferred.
Mr. Komoric, were you opposed to?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Thank you.
Okay. So it has been deferred by a vote of 4-1 with Mr. Komoric in dissent. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer.
The next item for deferral is item 7, 896 Dunedin Drive.
Thank you. This is, yes, 96 Dunedin Drive, and the agent,
Mr. Chair, just to bring to your attention, the agent is not on the line. I've tried calling him into the meeting.
okay, maybe.
He also did not register.
Yes, that's why he's asked for a deferral, because he's out of town.
Oh.
Yep.
That's why he's not available and didn't register to speak. Can we deal with this without?
Yes, he's asked for a deferral for
Yeah.
that reason.
Okay, there's no, is there anyone in the room today to speak to about 96 Dunedin Drive, item number 7 on our agenda? No? And I don't believe we have anybody online. There were no letters of opposition or anything. Okay, so we can deal with this then. So I'm looking for a motion to defer item 7.
I've got my hand up.
Madame Alderson.
If no one has any questions, I'm prepared to make that motion. Make a motion for deferral to the next available meeting, and based on item number 6, applicant's request.
Okay, and Mr. Dalton seconding, thank you. All in favor? That is unanimous. Deferral to the next available hearing.
The next item for deferral request is item 8 Savona Drive.
Number 8 Savona Drive. The agent is Costa Derbish. Costa, are you available to speak to us today and explain your request for deferral?
Yes. Is the committee able to hear me?
Yep.
Great. We had been working back and forth with staff on the application and the application in question, which only had one variance. Staff are in support of the revised variance to the application. However, this was completed after the public hearing notice was circulated. So that is why the change in variance has kind of resulted in our application requiring a deferral. So everyone's in support here. We're just having to defer till, I believe, the early December date.
Okay, are there any questions from the panel for Mr. Derbish? No?
Sure, I just, so the new variance, is it greater than the original one?
The variance has changed. The initial variance was based on the specified sidewall, a permission of 7 meters.
So it's not just a reduction of the variance, because if that's all it was, we could continue, but I understand. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, and we have neighbor Paul Schukow listed here as being in person.
Yeah, he's in person today.
Mr. Schukow, would you like to speak to this item or indicate your agreement or not with the deferral?
If you can come up to the podium, right now the committee's dealing with the deferral request. You can let them know what your position is.
Yeah, and just repeat your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Hello? Okay,
There you go.
yeah, great. My name is Paul Shuko. I live at 6 Savona Drive.
Okay. And just repeat what your feeling is about this deferral request. Are you for it or against it?
I'm against it because, again, it's difficult for me to take time off work, and depending on my schedule, I have to check to see if I will be available for December 8th. That's really my only concern. And my other question is, can I voice my concerns now, or do I have to wait until December 8th?
You would have to wait until then. Yeah,
Okay.
we're not going to be discussing the merits today.
Gotcha.
It's
Okay,
just a
that's what I
straight
feel.
yes, no on the deferral.
Okay, so I will
And
say no.
I certainly appreciate your concern,
Yes,
but I guess we have to think about the applicant as well,
right.
changing a variance. They don't have an accurate outline of what they're proposing right now.
I know, and that was one of my concerns as well, so, yes. Okay, so,
So I'm going to put you down as a reluctant yes. You're okay with the deferral?
yeah, okay,
Okay,
we'll go with
good.
that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, so can we have a motion on request to defer item 8? Ms. Alderson.
Yeah, I'm happy to make that motion. I think it's the public notice that needs to reflect those changes, so really, I don't think we had a choice.
Yeah.
So I move to defer this application to the next available, or should I actually name a date?
I believe it's rescheduled for December 7th.
Okay,
And if you're not able to attend in person, sir, you can join by phone or by WebEx if you can't make the time.
so please note that it is December 7th, not December 8th, but yes. So I move for deferral to December 7th.
And is there a seconder for that? Ms. Popovic.
I second it.
All in favor? You, Stan? Yes. Okay, unanimous. The item has been deferred.
And the last item, Mr. Chair, is item 10,
Item 10.
98 Queen Anne Road.
Yep. David Eagleman is the agent. I know he's here. David, can you please explain to us why you wish to defer this application today?
Yes. Yes, good morning, Sir Chair and committee members. Thank you for having me this morning. So we are requesting a deferral as we have made revisions to the proposal as a result of discussions with planning staff. And we have actually obtained a new zoning notice and have submitted the revised plans and new zoning notice to committee staff already. And it has not created a notice issue because we've only made reductions to the variances identified. So it is a little bit unfortunate that we have to defer. However, I have been made aware of some concerns from the neighbors, and we would like another opportunity to take more time and discuss this proposal with the neighbors and perhaps make further revisions or see if we can attempt to satisfy the neighbors' concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Eagleman. Is there anyone in the room that came today to speak about this application? No?
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
Sir, when you say you need more time to speak with neighbors and so forth, how much of a deferral are you asking for? To what period of time?
Through you, Sir Chair, I believe staff have placed this on, or they are intending on placing this on the first available date in January. I believe the committee just adopted the new 2024 date, so I'm not sure which date exactly that would be. However, that's my understanding that the intent is to place this on the first date in January.
Yes, that's based on the existing revisions, but you've just mentioned that you may make further revisions. So if we don't have everything, then we're not placing it on a new hearing date prematurely.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer. So through you, Sir Chair, on that basis, I think it would be appropriate to defer this sine die, and then through our consultations with the neighbors, we will endeavor to come back to committee staff for a new hearing date.
Okay, so you'd be okay with a deferral sine die?
Correct, Sir Chair.
Okay. Thank you.
So
Thank
the
you.
committee can defer to the next available hearing date, and when they submit revised plans and all the materials, then we'll schedule them on that
Okay.
basis.
Defer to the next available hearing date then. Okay, you're agreeable to that. Can I have a motion on the deferral request? Mr. Dalton?
Motion to adjourn to the next available hearing?
And a seconder?
To defer.
To defer.
I'll second.
Mr. Kamoric, all in favor? Okay, so that item has been deferred. Thanks, Mr. Eagleman. Okay, before we get back onto the agenda again, I was very remiss in not introducing you to our panel, which I'm going to do now from my far right and moving across. Mr. Bill Dalton, Ms. Laura Alderson, Ms. Natalia Popovic, and Mr. Stan Kamoric. And I'm Don Taylor, your panel chair, if that's not evident by now. Okay, I think we are now ready to consider item 1, which is 45 4th Street. And it appears to be a pretty straightforward matter here. Just be patient while I pull up the notice. So the purpose is to construct a 2-story front addition and a new front porch. We have 4 variances. We received 2 emails in support from immediate neighbors. I don't believe we need a presentation from the applicant or agent. Paige Reich, are you available
Good
to
morning,
speak?
committee members.
Did I pronounce your name
Paige
properly?
Reisha.
Hello?
You're close. Paige Reisha.
Paige Reicha.
Yeah. Address is 222 The Esplanade, Toronto, Ontario, M5A 4M8, and I'm the applicant.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't think we need an elaborate presentation on this. Would you be content to answer any questions that the panel may have of you, or is there anything you wish to highlight that you think is worthy of highlighting? As I say, it's
No
pretty
comments.
routine matter here.
Yep, no comments,
clear,
but happy to
yeah.
answer any questions.
Yeah, okay, well, then panel, are there any questions you have for the agent? Okay, then let's go into committee then for a decision, and I would invite you to
If
table
no
a
one
motion,
has
yeah.
any questions, I'm prepared to make a motion. This is a very straightforward application with 4 variances, 2 form letters of support, so I move for approval with no conditions.
And is there a seconder?
I don't think there's an urban forestry condition
No.
on this. No.
Mr. Dalton, thank you. All in favor? That's unanimously approved. Thank you very much. Okay, moving ahead to item 356 Harlow Crescent. We have a revised application to construct a 2-story front addition, a 2-story rear addition, and a 2nd-story addition above the existing dwelling. And we have 1 variance that has been revised from the original to change the subject lot is 306.8 meters squared, and the proposed floor space index proposed is 55%. And it would appear that we have Neil Call before us.
Yes. Good morning.
Mr. Call, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and the panel members of the committee. So,
Again, pretty straightforward.
Right.
It's very self-evident what you're proposing to do here.
right.
Would you be okay just if there are any questions from the panel?
Sure. Yeah, I'll be okay.
Leaving it at that?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Then
Is there
panel,
anyone
any?
present in the room for 56 Harlow?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
Go ahead.
No? Okay. Panel, any questions for Mr. Call? No? Okay then, thank you. We'll just go into committee now and make a decision on this. I invite a motion to
do something with it.
decide on this.
I'll be happy to move a motion to approve. I believe the application is minor, meeting the 4 tests, and I would therefore like to move approvals with no conditions.
Okay. Is there a seconder? Mr. Dalton? All in favor? That is unanimously approved. Thank you very much, Mr. Call. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, we can now move to item 4. 32 KOOS Road. Again, we have a revised agenda page. The purpose of this application is to construct a second-story addition above the existing dwelling. And we have 3 variances. Variances 2 and 4 have been eliminated, so we're dealing with variances number 1, 3, and 5. We have an urban forestry condition number 2 on this application, and we have on file a support petition from 5 neighbors. Again, pretty straightforward. Nina Fant, it says here you're virtual audio. I don't see you on the screen.
Good morning.
Audio only. Okay, mine says virtual.
Morning.
Anyway, hi. Again, they're pretty straightforward. I don't think we need a presentation on this, Ms. Font, but would you be okay, should the panel have any questions, just proceeding on that basis?
Yes, good morning. Thank you.
You're okay with that approach?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Panel, any questions for Ms. Font?
Is there anyone present in the room for 32 KOOS Road? Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, thank you. I'm going to remember that next time. Okay, then I guess we're ready to go into camera, in camera. Oh, sorry, sir? Yes? Thanks for your input. Thank you. Okay, to get a copy of the decision.
For the record, sir? Okay, so just come up and give us your name and address so we can record you.
Yeah, come on up.
Am I coming through? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Mark Nowicki, and I'm the next door neighbor at 30 KOOS Road, and I'm fine with the proposal.
Thank you very much, sir. So let's go into camera then, and I would invite a motion for a decision on item 4, 32 KOOS Road.
I'm prepared to do this if you're not, Stan.
It doesn't matter, go ahead.
Okay, so I find this application fairly minor in nature, subject to urban forestry condition number 2. I move for approval.
As revised.
Hmm?
As revised.
Oh, as revised, yes,
Yep.
because we have an applicant revision page, yes.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Oh. No, I'm going to give this one to Ms. Paul.
Okay.
I
Thank you,
saw
Mr.
her
Chair.
hand before
Everyone's
you
fighting.
moved your mouth. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I second it.
Okay, good. All in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you very much. Now dealing with item 5, 6811 Steeles Avenue West. We had a previous decision on this item from September 27th, 2018. Approval was granted for a period of 5 years. We have transportation services is okay. We have a planning report that recommends or requests a 5-year term limit on an approval committee's going in that direction. No outdoor display or storage, no vehicles for sale or lease not parked in required parking spaces. And we received very recently the support of the local councillor. So, Yeya Akume, how did I do? Did I close? Okay, thank you. You, sir, are with Shine Auto, I presume, or are you representing?
Owner of Shine Auto Toronto and Akumi Holdings Inc. as well.
Okay, maybe you could just tell us briefly, but it's, again, pretty straightforward, but just tell us briefly why you're here.
Sure. So we applied for the minor variance approval 5 years ago through the Committee of Adjustment, and it's been 5 excellent years in this location. I'm hoping for continuous of doing the same business car sales establishment on the same property for the next 5 years. You know, our sales has doubled. Our neighbors are happy with what we did over there. I don't think we have any objection or complaint from any of our neighbors. The councillor is in support of our, business there. So I'm hoping for the committee approval again for the next 5 years of doing the same thing.
Thanks. That was key to hear that from you. Thank you very much. So you're agreeable to the 5-year term if we choose to go in that direction. That's good to hear. Thank you, Mr. Akume. Panel, any questions for Mr. Akume?
Just a quick question from me.
Yep.
You are okay with all 3 conditions? Obviously, you mentioned the time frame of November 9th, 2028, but you know about the other 2 conditions, right?
Absolutely. We had the same conditions before, and then
okay, so you're fine with them.
All of them.
All right. So on that case, if no one has any
Is
questions.
there anyone present in the room for this application on 6811 Steeles Avenue West? Okay.
My bad. If no one else has any questions, I'm prepared to make a motion on this application. I believe it's minor in nature and meets the 4 tests, and certainly we've had no complaints about your operation, so that's wonderful. And we are approving it for a term of 5 years, expiring on November the 9th, 2028. So we'll see you again in 5 years.
Okay.
And Ms. Alderson, did I hear you also include the
Subject to the 3 conditions.
Yeah, okay.
Which includes the time frame.
Okay. Is there a seconder for Mr. Dalton? Thank you very much. All in favor? That's unanimously approved. Thank you, Mr. Akume. Thanks for coming.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, moving on to item 6123 Cornelius Parkway. This is to construct a detached garage in the rear yard. A previous Ontario Municipal Board decision approved variances relating to lot coverage, parking space length, and driveway width. We have 2 variances. We very recently received an indication that the councillor is supportive of this application. We have a Metrolinx advisory, and 2 conditions have been requested by Transportation Services. Kevin Barbosa, are you online?
Good morning, committee members. Yes, I am. Kevin Barbosa here of 123 Cornelius Parkway.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Barbosa, pretty straightforward, but minimally we'd like to hear that you're okay with the Metrolinx advisory and the Transportation Services conditions, 2 of them that they've requested, and anything else that you wish us to know before we make a decision.
Yeah, yes, sir. I'm okay with that.
Okay. So you're okay with the conditions and the Metrolinx advisory, which won't be a condition. The Metrolinx is an advisory only. We would not impose anything from Metrolinx as a condition of approval, but just that you're aware of and okay with their advice. Yes?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Okay. Any questions from the panel for Mr. Barbosa? No. Is there anyone in the room who is here to speak to 123 Cornelius Parkway? No. Okay. We don't have any other registered speakers in this matter, so I think we can move now into committee for a decision. Committee wishes to make a motion?
Yeah, I'm good with the motion. I find the application to meet the 4 tests. Happy to move approval subject to the 2 transportation conditions.
Is there a seconder? Mr. Dalton, thank you. All in favor? That's approved unanimously. Thank you very much, Mr. Barbosa. Now, how is everybody feeling about the need for a break? Now, soon, never?
Maybe after the next one.
Maybe after the next one? Okay, one more? All right. So we'll deal with item 11. Oh, 9. 33 Brawley Avenue. Purpose is to construct a new 1-story front addition. And there's one variance, adjusting a request to reduce the front yard setback from 9.15 to 7.01 meters from the front lot line. Again, pretty straightforward. Do we have, is it Mr. Uhtred, Bill? Bill Uhtred?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, hello, Bill. Yes, again, as I said, I don't think we need a presentation from you. This is pretty straightforward. Would you be okay, should the panel have any questions, just to proceed on that basis?
Of course. Thank you.
Okay, good. Yep. Panel, any questions for Mr. Uhtred? Is there anyone in the room here to speak to 33 Brawley Avenue? No? Okay, then. We'll move into committee then for a decision.
If no one has any questions, I'm prepared to make a motion. I believe this application meets the 4 tests under the Planning Act and move for approval with no conditions. Transportation is okay, so no conditions.
Ms. Popovic seconds.
I'm
Thank
happy
you.
to second. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor? Unanimous approval. Thank you, Mr. Uhtred. Okay, we will now adjourn for a short break. Does anybody want to throw a number of minutes at me? 10? 10 minutes? Okay. Okay, can we break for 10 minutes and reconvene at 10:32? No, you don't like that, do you? You like zeros and fives. Am I right? We'll go 10:35.
10:35.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for your indulgence, folks. And we'll be back with you soon.
You might want to stop your video, everyone. Yeah, stop.
Okay, we're back. Thank you for indulging us in a little bit of a break. We can now proceed with agenda item number 11, which is 32 Blaketon Road. And the purpose is to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage. 3 variances: gross floor area, side yard setback, and stair width. Christina Fexo is the agent. It says here you're going to be on virtual video, but I don't see you.
Yes. Christina, I'm going to move you to a panelist now. That way you can turn your video on, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, so you're good to proceed, Ms. Fexo?
Correct.
Okay, this is pretty straightforward. However, I think I'll open it up to questions later, but there's one I'll ask you right off the bat to comment on, and that is urban forestry. They have asked for refusal of variances 1 and 2, which is basically the whole application. That's gross floor area and side yard setbacks.
Correct.
And they have given as alternatives for our consideration their conditions 1 and 2 regarding city-owned and private trees. And then they wrote a second memo that requested as an alternate. They repeated their refusal recommendation, but they gave us as an alternate again their condition 2. So if you could just share your thoughts with us on urban forestry and where they're coming from and how you feel about it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. Yes, we got that memo, and it's regarding 2 trees that are in good condition, that unfortunately one of them will be where the new dwelling will be built. And the second one, it's a tamarack, which the roots are more vertical. So during construction, there will be damage to the roots, which could lead to the tree falling down. And because it's also close to our neighbor, would possibly do damage to their property. So this is why we need to remove those 2 trees. But as you can see on the arborist report, he made a detailed proposal what trees we should plant instead of the ones that we are removing. So there will be an extensive landscaping after the finishing of the building.
Okay. So if the committee decided in favor of this application and requested the addition of urban forestry conditions 1 and 2, you'd be okay with that?
Yes, I already contacted the forestry. We paid the fees for removal of the trees. So their decision depending on your decision. Like we have to submit the final decision of the committee.
Yeah. Okay, I'll just add here a couple of other things on file. We have a 6-signature support petition, and we have an okay from the Community Planning Department. So I'll just open it up to the panel to see if they have any further questions of you, Ms. Fexo. Panel,
Thank
anything?
you. Mr. Chair, I have a
Yes.
question. Thank you.
Ms. Popovic, go ahead.
Thank you. Applicant, please can you comment on the 2 trees that are in poor health? What impact does that have on the application here today? How poor is the health, and where are they sort of related to the property?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Popovic, for the question. So one of the trees is right in front of the house. It is a spruce, and it is in a poor condition. So with the constructions going on, it might fall down because it's pretty dry. And also the other one is also beside the house. It's not impacted by the construction, but it's a dry tree. Initially, we submitted the application as part of the construction, but yesterday I got an email from the forestry to separate those 2 trees from the construction. So we resubmitted to them the new 2 application. 3 trees will be under the construction, and 2 trees, the one that are in poor condition, will be non-construction related.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we don't have any more questions for Ms. Fesco? Then I would invite a motion to make a decision on the application. Mr. Kamark.
If no one else is ready, I think I'm prepared to move a motion. I believe the application meets the 4 tests. I would like to move approval subject to forestry conditions 1 and 2. Would like to move approval as revised.
Is there a seconder for Mr. Kamark's motion? Ms. Popovic?
Yes, I will second that. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you, Ms. Fesco. Okay, moving along to item 12, which is 30 BENSTROW Avenue. We have on file minutes of a previous decision, March 9th of this year, to refuse. That application was for 33.43% coverage and 0.6 floor space index. The current application has 2 variances, one for a floor space index of 0.58 FSI, about 10 meters squared less than what was refused in March, and another variance related to the minimum width of parking spaces. 5.8 meters is required by zoning, and 5.69, very close, is proposed. Transportation services is okay. Community planning has requested a condition that construction occur as illustrated in the front elevation drawing A-6 dated October 23rd, 23, as it relates to the front main wall and the front, can't read my own notes. What is it? Okay, and we also have from our additional material recently received support of the local councillor. So, Mr. Benczowski?
Morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, committee.
Hi. Yeah, I guess, again, I'll open it up to questions from the panel at large here, but I'll just kick it off with one. Just curious, this application for a 0.6 FSI was refused not very long ago, and now you're back with basically the same thing, 10 square meters less. Why should we approve this application in light of our refusal of something that was almost identical very recently?
A couple of things, Mr. Chair. One, we have also removed that coverage variance, although again, it was 33.43%. It was only 0.43% over, but we had removed the coverage variance that was associated with that increase in the FSI. So the proposal before you today just requests that increase in the FSI. The other difference is we had worked with planning to arrive at an acceptable solution in terms of the massing of the dwelling, where now planning does not have an objection to the proposal, which previously there was an objection. Further to that, if we look at where that building is massed, and if you wanted to bring up a site plan, I'd be happy to go through with where that FSI is appropriated and where that fits on the site as it relates to the adjacent dwellings. Again, the only variance we have is for the FSI. The dwelling is actually built to be constructed under the 17-meter maximum length. So in terms of what variances are piling on to create this increase in the FSI, there is not one. We have removed the coverage. We are in excess of the side yard setback as it relates to the south of the property, considerably in excess of it at 2.14 meters. Again, the dwelling is proposed at 16.56 meters. If we look at the adjacent dwellings to the north and the south, to the dwelling to the south, we are very nominally and minimally proposed to be built behind that wall. But again, taking into account the 2.56 meter setback that existing dwelling has, plus the 2.1 meter side yard setback we're proposing, any impact as it would relate to that, again, what looks to be somewhere around a 1'6" projection beyond that rear main wall of that adjacent dwelling would be mitigated. We have no request for a height variance or a side, front, or any main wall height variance. As it relates to the dwelling to the north, we can see that there is a brick garage that actually extends further behind the proposed rear wall of this building. So in summary, Mr. Chair and committee, we have worked with planning. There is a revised elevation that is on file, and the only request really is for a built form variance of an FSI with no parameters in terms of a front yard setback, a rear yard setback. We are in excess in the side yard setbacks as well as below the 17. Arrive at a solution that they are comfortable with, and you can see that in the condition that they've asked to be imposed, which would be the revised plans with some dormer windows being removed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Benskowski. Panel, any questions for Mr. Benskowski? Ms. Alderson?
Just looking at the block that you're on as a whole, and I don't see any other structures that are new. Is there any other new builds in this particular block? And if so, are there any that even come close to the FSI that you're asking for?
No, this is somewhat of a largely undeveloped block of BENSTROW within this neighborhood, again, largely being bungalows. But how I would speak to the FSI that we're proposing, again, as it relates to what you would see from the street, from the building mass, that building mass is as per the zoning bylaw. There is no request for a building height, a main wall height, a side main wall height, as well as a side yard setback. So what we would perceive from BENSTROW and in the neighborhood is as per the zoning bylaw. The request we have is for that FSI, and again, it's my belief where we've appropriated it in terms of not requesting any built form variances that regulate FSI in the zoning bylaw. It really is appropriate in my opinion. When we look at the zoning bylaw really of what's permitted here, it is a very small FSI that is permitted in terms of that 0.45 meter FSI. That's fairly low as we would see it throughout the city of Toronto. So what that tells me is we really then need to look at where it's appropriated and how that impact is, and how that's seen from the street, how that's seen from neighbors. And in my opinion, again, with the height being compliant, side yard setbacks being compliant, that dwelling and that impact from the streetscape is really what's envisioned in the zoning bylaw.
Thank you, Mr. Benskowski.
So basically what you're saying is that there are no other new builds in that block, and there's nothing in that block that comes anywhere close to that FSI. Is that correct? So you would be setting a precedent in effect.
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, I wouldn't use the word precedent, because I think, again, if somebody were to come with additional variances that lead to this FSI, we would maybe be interpreting it in a different way. Again, the official plan speaks to neighborhoods, you know, being stable but not static. Just because a neighborhood has not been redeveloped, and it really is largely just bungalows today, that really shouldn't inhibit somebody from developing it. We go back to that test of how it fits in the official plan context as well as the zoning bylaw. And with the request, in my opinion, just being for FSI, again, being 0.45 up to 0.58 is really minor in my opinion, because again, that built form is envisioned in the zoning bylaw as well as the official plan as it relates to the streetscape.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for the agent?
Sort of a question. I believe planning's concern was that, one of the concerns was that the original facade presented as a third story. You're now prepared to do no dormers, and I believe that's the condition. Does that area limited to 2 stories, or are 3 stories permitted in that area?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, it does not. They did not want the appearance of it, even though the original plans had no access going to that 3rd floor area. There wasn't a hatch or any type of stairs. Planning's concern was just the look of it being a 3rd story.
Yeah, I just looked at your drawing, so that absolutely jives with what you're saying. So, I mean, I'm comfortable with that, and I think it does make a big difference taking those dormers out. So, thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, then let's go into, there's nobody here in the room to speak to this. I don't think we have any registered speakers that are online waiting to address us. Olivia, thank you. Okay, then let's move into committee for a decision. Looking for a motion to decide on this application.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with the application. I believe the revisions have made a substantial change. I take heart from the applicant stating that there are no side yard setbacks, there are no length variances. It's purely an FSI, and then I'm quite happy with the condition that planning is wanting to impose for visual, so that this does not look like a 3-story. So based on that, I'd like to move approval subject to the planning condition setting out it being tied to the revised elevation A6.
Thank you, Mr. Komarek. Is there a seconder? Yes, Mr. Dalton, you're seconding? Okay. Why don't you say it?
I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor? That is unanimously approved. Thank you, Mr. Benskowski.
Thank you, committee.
Okay. We can now move forward to item number 13, 125 MULOCK Avenue. The purpose is to construct a 1-story rear addition and a rear yard deck. There are 2 variances. We have a Metrolinx advisory and a support letter from the attached neighbor. This is a semi-detached property. And that's all we have. Is it Matthew? Is it Rebo? Rebo? Sorry.
Committee members?
Yeah, hi.
Yes, my name is Matthew Rebo.
Yeah, could you give us your address, please?
I can. So my name is Matthew Rebo of Perspective Views at 5359 Timberlea Boulevard. I'm the agent representing the owners at 125 MULOCK Ave.
Okay, and I notice here you didn't register to speak to us today.
Yeah, I am.
You're telling me you did?
I did, yes.
Okay, well, staff doesn't have a record of that. Anyway, we'll let that go, but should you appear before us again, please make sure you register. So you're good to go on this as far as communicating with us. I don't think there's anything terribly significant here to warrant a presentation. Would you be okay with just opening it up for questions from the panel if they have any? Or is there anything that you think that we really need to know that isn't evident?
No, I got a very brief comment. So today we're proposing a rear single-story addition to the existing semi-detached building, much like the recently approved COA application 127 MULOCK Ave that we're attached to. In May of 2023, we were seeking variances to match the neighboring building depth at 17.5, only 0.5 meters greater than what the bylaw permits, and similarly increasing the FSI from 60%, which is 116.5 square meters, to reasonable 0.84 FSI, which is 165.3 square meters. I would also note that there are no letters of opposition. The neighbor impacted the most has provided a letter of support, and the municipal staff have no concerns, which we interpret as support of our application. We think that these requested variances are modest and meet the 4 tests. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Reba? None? Okay, then let's go into committee and for a decision. Looking for a motion.
Go ahead. Okay. I'd like to move
Mr.
the
Dalton.
motion. Sure. I'd like to move a motion. I think the application is as per the 4 tests of the Planning Act for approval.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Ms. Popovic?
I would like to second that, Mr. Chair, and I take recognition that the attached neighbor is in support, and that would be the person most affected. Thank you.
Good. So we have a motion to approve without conditions. All in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Reba. Okay, our next item is 15 Ramsgate Road. We have an application for consent and applications for minor variances on the both of the proposed lots. We have urban forestry conditions 1, 2, 3, and 5. And then in a freestanding memo from urban forestry, we have requests for conditions 1 and 2. We have 16 submissions in opposition. We have engineering and construction services conditions. And we have 4 registered speakers: Robin Zaloznik, Christine Mercado from the Long Branch Neighborhood Association, Stephen Vella, and Judy Gibson from Long Branch Neighborhood Association. And we have an agent, the agent, Ross DeFina. Mr. DeFina?
Hello?
Are you online? Yes.
I am online. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes. Yes, we can. And sir, could you please present to us on the 3 applications?
Of course. Good morning, Mr. Chair, committee members, staff, and attendees. Thank you for hearing our application today. My name is Ross DeFina. I reside at 9 Wolf Court in Thornhill, Ontario, and I'm the acting agent for the owners at 15 Ramsgate Road. Now, to speak on the consent part, lot splitting is becoming increasingly common and acceptable, but it's still controversial, and we understand that. We know lot splitting supports good planning in light of sky-high housing prices. Adding gentle density to detached residential neighborhoods is becoming critical in dealing with the housing affordability crisis. Restricting these neighborhoods from changing and diversifying only makes them become more exclusive and unaffordable. Allowing lot splitting and other forms of housing alternatives, such as garden suites, laneway housing, townhouses, multiplex apartments, are becoming necessary in dealing with the housing affordability crisis and the increased exclusivity for single detached residential. The owners at 15 Ramsgate Road are long-standing in the community for over 20 plus years. Their decision to split the lot at 15 Ramsgate is based on personal reasons and is not financially motivated. They have extended family and children that live and want to continue living in the area. For the owners at 15 Ramsgate Road, it's a good plan for staying in the neighborhood and establishing some future inheritance for their kids. I want to talk a little bit on the variances with regards to responding to the, well, majority of the letters are basically focusing on some of the variances that we have here today. The building length is allowed at 17 meters. We're requesting a 0.5 meter increase to make the building functional on the upper floor. This was a case in effect of trying to get a workable upper floor when trying to avoid a monolithic form and stepping the building back. Pretty much along the guidelines of the Long Branch Association. As much as we're asking for the half-meter increase in the building length, we're 12.63 meters from the rear yard setback rather than the 9.5 we're allowed. We did this and kept this to keep the back as area as possible in consideration of what impact the neighbors will face as well. Insofar as the floor space index, we're asking for 0.66 versus the allowable 0.35. A natural condition when we're reducing the lot. Currently, I have to acknowledge that existing lots and multiple existing lots on RAMSGATE literally exceed the 0.35 under their existence. We have FSIs of 0.63, 0.69, 0.7. And it seems to repeat this case with two-story buildings on narrow lots. The next variance is side yards, 1.2 meter being the allowable. We're requesting a 0.6 and a 0.9 respectively. Existing properties on RAMSGATE have less than a 1.2 meter side yard, including the adjacent neighbor immediately to the east, 11 RAMSGATE, which has a 0.94 meter side yard setback. So we're not being egregious with some of these requests here. Existing properties, particularly to the west side of 15 RAMSGATE, we're proposing a 0.9 meter setback, but we're abutting an open rear yard adjacent to a double garage. So we're not really imposing any enclosures or closing in anything adjacent to us other than the fact that it's an open space. There are existing properties on RAMSGATE with identical and similar side yard setbacks. It's not one or two, it's multiple. In speaking with regards to the minimum lot area of 370 square meters allowable, we're requesting 289.95 or 290. Currently, there are 7 existing properties on RAMSGATE that are well below that, that range from 180 square meters to 350 square meters. And the other 7 properties range between 407 square meters to 15 RAMSGATE, which is currently 580 square meters. So we're not outside the range of that neighborhood. Insofar as the frontage goes, 12 meter is a requirement. Our current request is for 7.6 meters. Now, with part 1 and part 2, which is lot A, lot B, we're not the smallest frontage on the street. The smallest frontage on the street is 6 meters. For that point in fact, currently there are 4 properties of 14 that are less than the requested, that are less than 7.6 meters. So it doesn't put us outside the scope, and a total of 7 that are less than 10 meters in frontage, the largest of which is 9.2 meters. So we're less than 2 meters smaller than the largest under 10 meters on the property or on the lot, the neighborhood, sorry. When we talk about the driveway curb width, allowable is 3.2 meters. We're asking for a 3.73 meter. Many existing driveway curb cuts already exceed this minimum allowable of 3.2 meters. I mean, currently 15 RAMSGATE has a 4.4 meter curb cut driveway width. The immediate neighbor to the left has a 5.7 meter, and the immediate neighbor to the west has an 8.7 meter. And this holds true for numerous properties on RAMSGATE. So we're not going outside the box here in any way. Just to move right along here with my time, permitted platform of 4 square meters at or above the second floor. We're requesting a 5.28 meter but this is at a bi-level between the second floor and the first floor. It's not at or above the second floor. The elevation of the first floor, the elevation height of the first floor is 83.49 meters. The bi-level where the deck resides is 85.52 meters. And the second floor is at 87 meters in elevation. So this 5.8 square meters is a flat roof over a garage that we intentionally structured to avoid a monolithic form and step the building back, and therefore for aesthetics, utilizing it as a balcony, more for the pleasing look of the front elevation and the aesthetics of the home. So it's kind of an unusual condition relative to how the zoning has recognized this, but the elevation of that balcony is definitely below the second floor line. Main walls. Main wall heights are allowed at 7 meters. We're asking for 7.27 or 10.5 inches in excess. However, as much as we're asking for
Mr.
this
DeFina,
increase,
Mr. DeFina, your time's up. Could you just wrap up very quickly, please?
yeah, if I can just wrap, I'm pretty much done. Just take a few seconds. As much as we are asking for the 10.5 in main wall heights, we're 1.2 meters below the maximum allowable height. We've introduced a low slope cottage roof for the purpose of the long branch requirements. There are buildings on the street that exceed pretty much 8.4, 8.5 meters. I myself and the owners of 15 Ramsgate have great and sincere respect for what the Long Branch organization is doing. The association is representing the community in a very effective way. We truly commend the great work in establishing the character guideline performance standards and enforcing them. We also believe that the Long Branch Neighborhood Association should embrace reasonable and rational lot splitting rather than have a limited point of view for the reasons I mentioned.
Sir, the
People
chair
are
has
coming
asked you to wrap up, please.
Yeah, you've taken way more than a few seconds, Mr. DeFina.
Fair enough.
So we're going to call that a wrap. Thank you very much. Okay, before we proceed to the registered speakers panel, any questions based on Mr. DeFina's presentation for now?
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Komoric, yes.
I'm just curious, sir, what the rationale was to go for a split for two standalone or two detached houses. Was there any consideration for doing two semis, which in my view would have resulted in fewer variances?
I'll just add that there is a semi directly across the street from this property.
Well, yeah, and I mean, it would still meet the stated objectives of the family if they're going to be sharing both sides anyway. But I'm just curious to know what the rationale was to go for two detached versus two semis, or if that was even a consideration.
So the detached would probably improve the side yard setback, but probably nothing more than that. I mean, the existing house is not extravagant. It's very moderate. It's under 2,000 square feet of a living area. So even if we were to bring them together, we have 6 meters of side yard between them, or 1.2 meters. We would improve the 1.2 meter side yard setback, but we really that would be the only variance that would improve for the most part.
No, that's fair, but I believe your side yard setbacks are significant on your ask. So I just wanted to know what the rationale was.
Also, members, the zoning for this site is RD, which doesn't permit semi-detached dwellings. No, it's residential detached.
But there are semis in this neighborhood, so.
Yeah, there's a lot of variability in the neighborhood.
Are there any questions before we move along? Okay, we have a number of registered speakers. We'll proceed with these one at a time in the order that I have before me. So our first speaker would be, and I believe I've met him, Robin Zalaznik, the immediate neighbor to the east. Is that you, sir? If you could just come up, confirm your name and address, and speak to us for 5 minutes if you wish. And I would ask you to focus your comments on the impact of the consent and on the 9 variances for Part 1 and the 8 variances for Part 2.
Hello, my name is Robin Zaloznik. I live directly adjacent to the property in question. I'm at 11 Ramsgate Road. I've lived there pretty much all my life, except for when I had to go away to serve in the forces. I'm back where I started. So I've lived there since 1974. So there's, going through all the files, have you received my, have you had a chance to read my report and my write-up?
Yes, sir, we have.
Okay, so what I want to focus on is just directly the impacts that, and stress the points that I've already iterated in that write-up. So what we have here is a lot severance. We have 2 large houses going on there where we have 9 changes to the bylaws through variances that I find somewhat egregious. No, I find them very egregious. Can I get slide page 2, top, please? Okay, it's not happening. Is it on its way? Oh, that's not the presentation. Can I just use my? I'll use my picture presentations here because I brought these as a backup. Okay, so if you can see here, I don't know if you can see those very well, but here's 2 photos.
We'll find them on the screen. We'll pause the timer.
We'll put a pause on your time.
We can't,
Thank you.
Virtual people can't see what you're referring to.
All right. Thank you.
While we're waiting, can I ask a question back to staff, Mr.
Sure.
Just curious, would EHAN not override the zoning requirement for the semis?
No, so EHAN, there's endeavors to improve housing and to provide different opportunities such as garden suites or laneway suites, but the zoning still stands for the property. So the zoning would have to be RM, I believe, in Long Branch to permit semis.
Okay, so am I misunderstanding EHAN? Because I thought that semis and duplexes and triplexes would be permitted in any zone now.
So you can, I believe the triplexes or fourplexes are permitted, but you still have to meet the development standards.
You good, Mr. Kumar?
I just want to add that there is already a multiplex at the corner of 25th Street and Ramsgate. I'm looking at it right now. It's this is the one that was referred to in the applicant's presentation as having the backyard directly adjacent to the property. So I don't. So it's a multiplex. It looks like it has maybe 4 units in it. I'm guessing at the corner, perhaps the.
Yes, there's a multiplex. I believe there's
right at the corner of Ramsgate.
Yeah, I think it's 6 units, to tell you the truth.
6 units?
Yeah, 2 bottom, 2 middle, and 2 on the top. Yeah.
So in my mind, it doesn't make any sense.
And directly across the street is
the semi.
Is the semi as is indicated in the photo, and then just around the corner is another semi.
Yeah.
So I'm perplexed by that as well. That you can't put semis up, considering there's semis all over the place.
Yeah, and a multiplex.
And a multiplex, yes.
Yeah.
So staff, are we going to reset Mr. Zaloznik's time, or?
We paused it. He can continue now.
Okay, let's go to page 2, top slide and bottom slide. Okay, so looking at my, I've been very fortunate living where I have been, that the neighboring property is currently consists of just a bungalow and a garage. I currently have 5 windows on the west side of my home that allows light into them. And as you can see from those photos, if you can blow them up, I get quite a bit of light through those. Now, I understand that any building that is put up that stays within the bylaws will impact the sunlight coming into my home. However, what this plan is asking for is to reduce those side lot setbacks further from 1.2 meters to 0.9 meters, which would encroach and reduce the amount of light coming in. Can you go to page 3, please? Okay, that's actually page 4. Page 4. Okay, so here's the picture of this side lot. And I'm really concerned about the side lot setback here. So the reduction from a variance to 0.9 meters. So what we're looking at here is my side lot, and Mr. Bello was correct. But my wall is on the left-hand side, and this is looking south. It's 0.9 meters, or 3 feet, from my wall to that fence. Currently on the other side, we have 6 feet right now, which is at there, and what's being asked is to reduce that to 3 feet to match mine. So what that would do is, that sidewalk you see is 2 feet wide. So if the building was constructed with respect to the bylaw variance, it would come out to where that sidewalk edge is. And now what they're asking for is another 1 foot inside of that, giving themselves a 3-foot walkway. Now, that side of the house, looking at their plan, looks like their main service way to the backyard, because that side will include a doorway. So there's going to be a doorway on the house that's proposed there, and they're allowing 3 feet. My side is just for utilities. In fact, there's a water heater, a gas meter there, and the gas man doesn't even go down my alleyway to take the reading because 3 feet is sort of narrow for traffic to go through. It's hard to get implements down that way. So forth. So I'm not want to say too much about the plan, but I think that having reducing the setback there is probably not in the best design criteria for a house that's going up. Now, with respect to the light, can I go back 1 page, please, to the top slide? This house, with the FSI increasing from 0.35 to 0.65, I don't know if you can see it there, it's sort of small. My house there is on the right-hand side in my balcony. The red line indicates the extent of where the bricks come out to, and then the balcony furthermore out to where the yellow line is with sidewalls placed on that balcony. What that means is that's an extension of 21 feet from, it's 5.8 meters from the back of my house to where the bricks are, then a further 8 feet from there. So we're talking about quite a bit of distance for that large building to extend. Furthermore, that building is going to be taller than mine. So any light in the afternoon will totally shade my lawn, and towards, after let's say 5 p.m., it'll shade entirely the half of my lawn and reduce the enjoyment I have of my property. Currently, I use my balcony. I have friends come over. I do have my barbecue there, and I find that such a large structure there, just preventing light from coming onto my property, it really detracts from my enjoyment of my own property. Furthermore, there's a tree there that provides shade. It's a beautiful tree there. It's linden, and applying a variance to the bylaw.
Okay, Mr. Zlotnik, you're nearing the end of your time.
Would require that tree to be removed, and we can avoid that if we just stick to the side lot variances as they are, and the sun by sticking to the FSI bylaw as it stands.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more questions for Mr. Zlotnik before we move down the list? Okay, thank you, sir. Next up, we have Christine Mercado from the Long Branch Neighborhood Association. Ms. Mercado, are you online and ready to speak to us?
I am, Mr. Chair. I am.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
But the presentations actually flow better if Mr. Vella goes first, then Ms. Gibson, and then myself, if that's okay with you.
I'm going to make that up.
Hello.
Okay, who are you speaking to? Hello?
Hi, this is Steve Vella.
Okay. And could you tell us your address, please?
I live at 42 Ash Crescent.
And where
Just
is
around
that
the-
with respect to
around the-
15 Ramsgate? I don't
It's
see it
to
on the
it's
location
north.
map.
It's an east-west street just south of Lakeshore. It's just north of Ramsgate. It's about a 5-minute walk.
Okay. Okay, so you have 5 minutes to tell us about the impact of the consent and the two minor variance applications on you.
Thank you. Thank you, Committee Chair. My name is Steve Vella. I live at 42 Ash Crescent, which is just down the road from Ramsgate. We walk down this street often on our way to and from the lake with my wife and myself, and it's a great street with both modern and mid-century houses. It surprises me that developers still want to request severances in Long Branch. Don't they do any research? The Long Branch Neighborhood Character Guidelines approved by the City of Toronto Council in January of 2018 and created with the backing of the current bylaws supports 40-foot minimum lot size. The applicant wants 25-foot lots. With the guidelines support, there has not been a successful severance application in more than 5 years in Long Branch, and some of the ones from the early 2010s are not developed on both on Shamrock and on Ash. They have been for sale as plans for many years. Just on Ash Crescent, my current and former neighbor at 36 Ash Crescent, and also the owner of 90 and 18 Ash Crescent, all wanted to sever and were refused at the Committee of Adjustments and/or at TLAB. And 18 Ash is actually a single-family home now. The other two are still what they were before. Severances should not be permitted in Long Branch for the undesirable houses they create, tall, skinny, and full of stairs, and the destruction of the tree canopy they cause. It was declared by John Tory in September of 2022, saying Toronto's urban forest is a critical component of the city's green infrastructure, contributing to climate resilience and quality of life. I would ask this committee to please refuse this consent and requested variances at 15 Ramsgate, as they will result in undersized lots with oversized houses and would result in the removal of protected trees and other native trees. This application is asking for 18 variances. That alone should say it is not minor, nor is it desirable. In particular, I'm looking to the variance of the lot frontage of 7.6 meters when the minimum required is 12, lot of 289 square meters when the minimum required is 370, FSI 0.66 when the maximum permitted is 0.35, side yard setback of 0.6 and when the minimum required is 1.2. The length of 17.5 meters when the maximum permitted is 17. The exterior main wall height of 7.27 when the maximum is 7. This is such a long list. Rear platforms that would be located 0.6 and 0.9 when the required minimum is 1.2. And a second-story balcony of 5.8 square meters when the maximum permitted is 4 square meters. That's a whole room on the back of his house. Driveway widths of 3.73 when the maximum permitted size is 3.2. And many of the cutouts mentioned by the applicant are for properties that share a driveway or the apartment that's next door, not really the apples to apples. All of these variances fail the 4 tests for minor variances and will result in removal of protected and other desirable native trees. I request that this committee refuse the application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Vella. Panel, any questions or comments for Mr. Vella?
Yeah, just a quick question. You seem to know
Yes.
you seem to know the street very well. Can you tell me a little bit about 1A and 1B? And is 1B Ramsgate Road, does that happen to be a garden suite? Because it's a
No
corner,
garden suites.
it's a corner lot, and it looks like
Yes.
1A and 1B. You know the structure I'm talking about, 1B Ramsgate Road. The applicant has used that as an example, and I'm just wondering what is 1B? How was that approved? Is it a garden suite effectively because it's on a corner lot? Do you know the modern structure I'm talking about at 1B?
The tall white building?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
The tall white, it looks like a box. I thought that that was a single-family home,
So it's a single-family
and
home.
I'm not
but it's-
exactly sure how that one.
Yeah, so it's, the address is 1A and 1B, so that's why I'm asking about how it was built. Yeah, you said that there were no divisions of, no subdivisions of large lots, so I'm just wondering how that was built. Anyway,
I didn't say there was no subdivisions, but one, it's
large
not,
lots on the
it's
street,
already
you
a
said.
narrow lot.
Yeah, okay. I'm just wondering
There's
if you knew
already-
about the history of it, that's all. Okay, thanks.
It's just, it was a narrow lot in the beginning.
Okay.
Was there any other questions?
I don't believe so, no. So we're going to move along to, we have two speakers from the Long Branch Neighborhood Association, Christine Mercado and Judy Gibson. Have you two sorted out who's going to speak first, or?
Yeah, Judy's going to speak first. She's also a neighbor, so she's adjacent to Ramsgate.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Committee of Adjustment. My name is Judy Gibson. I live at 24 25th Street, which is across the street in Kitty Corner to the application. And I also chair the Long Branch Neighborhood Association Tree Canopy Preservation and Enhancement Committee. So I'm here before you to request refusal of this application in its current form. The applicant is requesting 18 variances. Actually, there's a misnumbering on one of the notices, and they've got the side yard setbacks combined in one. So there's actually 20 variances that are being requested. Urban Forestry's standalone memo actually recommends that the committee deny the variances for consent and 8 of those variances. So their application is a request for a recommendation for denial of this application as a result of the impact on a protected private tree, the 62 centimeter in diameter red oak, and the city tree out front. And thank you for pulling up my letter. On the front, you can see the picture of the red oak. It's the bright red tree canopy you see reaching up into the sky below. Beautiful tree and very healthy. If you go to the second page, please, it lists a table with all the trees that are impacted by this application on page 2. And you can see there's quite a number of trees that are impacted, some of them supposedly dead, but there's quite a few healthy trees. And I'd like to point out to you that the arborist report is dated August 2021, and the survey that the applicant filed is dated April 2022. So the survey was done after the arborist report, and I've identified 4 trees that I suspect are boundary trees and one that I know for sure is a boundary tree from looking at the survey. So the protected red oak, the 62 centimeter protected red oak is actually, it's protected, but it's also a boundary tree. And according to the Forestry Act, Chapter 26, Section 10, number 2 and number 3, the applicant actually cannot injure or remove that tree without the consent of the adjoining, the common property owner, which is the resident at 21 25th Street. I spoke to Ms. Gary, who lives at that address. I'm sorry, I was sick with COVID for most of this time, but I was able to speak to her last night, and she has confirmed in writing to me that she does not support the removal of that boundary tree, which is that 62 centimeter red oak, which is a common tree with her property. And we've been to TLAB on consent applications that have addressed boundary trees. And if you look at the bottom of this page, I can't see it on the screen just yet, but I've actually quoted TLAB member Stanley McCooch and the decision that he made on 80 39th Street, where he addressed the boundary tree. And he specifically said in his decision that he finds it premature to approve a development, it was for a severance as well, when it is possible that a third party's permission is necessary to destroy a boundary tree for the development to proceed. And he went on to refuse the decision. And he also said that there was no forethought about the trees in coming forth with the plan, and that the preservation of trees should not be an afterthought. And that's the comment I would make to this committee is clearly the trees are an afterthought in this application as they want to remove so many. If you go to the next page, you'll see where I've actually shown the survey and pulled out where I've blown it up. Move down to the next page, please, where it actually shows that there's quite a few other trees that are likely boundary trees as well, but for sure that red oak is. In Long Branch, we did a study, if you carry on to the next page. In 2019, a Master of Forest Conservation student for the University of Toronto studied the impact on residential intensification of lot splitting on the urban forest in Long Branch. And the data, if you move to the table, actually shows that when properties are redeveloped, 55.7% of the tree canopy is lost and 24% on the adjacent properties. And that was confirmed by the City of Toronto's canopy change as well, that Long Branch was suffering the greatest tree canopy loss. And this is at a time when the City of Toronto is trying to grow trees. I live across from this property. I look at these trees. I love the trees. I love the white pine. I love the red oak. And I'm objecting to the trees being removed. I don't even want to walk down Ramsgate when I see what happened with 5 Ramsgate, and I included pictures of that. But there are City of Toronto official plan policies that I've included here. If you move down, they're in Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, which speak to the preservation of trees. And if you look at the last section of this, what I've submitted, you'll see that I've included TLAB decisions from 9 decisions. It's not a comprehensive list, but in every case, these were lot severances that were refused by TLAB in recent years, from 2018 to 2023, all of which involved lot severances. Carry on, those are the policies. If you carry on, 24 Fairfield, it was about not respecting and reinforcing the physical character of the neighborhood and the tree preservation policies of the official plan not being maintained.
Ms. Gibson, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you, sir. And each and every one of them was refused because of the lack of preserving the mature trees. So I'm before you today to please ask you, as a resident and as someone who speaks on behalf of the trees, that this application does not meet the general intent and purpose of the city's official plan. It doesn't meet the intent and purpose of the city's bylaws. The variances are not minor, and it's not appropriate for the development of land in this case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gibson. Panel, any questions or comments for Ms. Gibson before we move on? Yes, Ms. Alderson.
Just one comment. It looks to me from Google Street View that the red oak tree is not on the property. It's on the other side of the fence. I just wanted to make note of that.
Thank you, madam. It's actually, when we look at his survey, it's 62 centimeters in diameter, and the Forestry Act is the trunk needs to just even touch the boundary line. So for sure, it is a boundary tree according to their survey.
Okay, Ms. Alderson.
Yes, I agree, but it's still on the other side of the fence. I don't think that it's going to be affected by construction, but anyway, thank you for that comment.
Okay, thank you. Anything, Mr. Komora? Ms. Popovic? No? Okay. All right, we'll move on to our final speaker on this matter. It is Christine Mercado from Long Branch Neighborhood Association. Ms. Mercado.
Thank you. So I think my letter starts on page 120. Oh, thank you so much. So hello, my name is Christine Mercado, and I'm the chair of the Long Branch Neighborhood Association. And we are here to object to this application as it doesn't meet the 4 tests or the criteria for consent. So our letter contains facts and data that prove that this application of a severance into 2 deficient lots, 2 overbuilds, removing all significant and protected trees, represents a character change on Ramsgate. So our sources are City of Toronto data and current COA and TLAB decisions, and knowing and living in the neighborhood. So if you can go to page 5 in our letter, please. So we always go to the policy, and so we've highlighted OP 4.1.5 in the preamble in green, stating new development must respect and reinforce physical character. And go to the next page, please. Also highlighted are the relevant parts of policy 5, B, E, and G, where the application falls short. The next 2 pages in our letter highlight the prevailing frontage area density and location of driveways and garages must be examined in the immediate and broader context. The data we provided, it shows the application fails all these policies and the applicant did not examine the appropriate neighborhood at all. So if the staff can go to page 10, so that will be 4 pages forward. The Long Branch Character Guideline further clarifies 4.1.5 Policy B, lot frontage and area policy, stating that new severances that produce lots less than 9 meters do not meet the intent and purpose of the bylaw. We use these guidelines at TLAB and have decisions on them that use them as they should be used for clarification of 4.1.5. And examples of decisions are 4324th, 10 Lake Prom, and 8023rd. And that quote is actually on the previous page. So if you can go to the next page, on page 11, we've defined a geographic neighborhood as required by the official plan using the 5-minute walk, zoning, and the historical Pines neighborhood. And in the broader context, the prevailing frontage is 12 meters or larger. And that's noted in the light green and medium green. And in the immediate, that's lot area. So you should be on page 11. You're on an incorrect page. Nope. Keep going backwards. If you can pause the time, please. There we go. That's the right one. Thank you. In the broader context, the prevailing lot frontage is 12 meters or larger in light green and medium green. And in the immediate, using the bylaw and the clarification offered by the guidelines, the colored lots prevail. There is one anomaly, and that's a semi across the street, which presents as one building on a large lot. So now if you can go to the next page. So we've got the Long Branch defining conditions, and we've highlighted all the guidelines of concern and point you towards number F. The guidelines consider severances, and if the result is a 9-meter frontage or more, that actually complies with the character guidelines. And these are the blue lots, also known as Long Branch lots, that are noted in the previous map. And this application doesn't examine that at all. So if you can go to the next page, please. So this is the map that shows the prevailing compliant lot areas in green, and they meet and exceed on Ramsgate and in the immediate and broader neighborhood. This application doesn't reflect that either. So go on to the next page. So we've also examined FSI in the broader neighborhood and in the immediate context, and the prevailing is 0.35 or less. So if you go to the next page, we used also this table to examine the FSI and the small lot frontages together. So there aren't a lot of examples, but this is another way of looking at it. And it's the prevailing FSI ratio on 7.6 meter lots is much lower than what is requested. Only 2 properties are larger, and they were not subject to the scrutiny of the guidelines. So then can you go to page 16, please? So that would be the next page. Truly, it's a severance that's the problem. The change in lot configuration drastically changes the length of the home, so it does not fit, creating long blank walls for neighbors, breaking the rear walls of adjacent lots, and removes trees. The guideline references are listed, and the impact of blank walls and tree removal are on the next 4 pages, and also on page 4 of Mr. Zelonic's letter.
Ms. Mercado, could you wrap up? Your time is now ended.
Yes, I'm going right into conclusion now.
Okay, good.
Okay, so yes, so it is the applicant's burden to prove that this application meets the 4 tests. There's no information in this file that proves that the severance, large expensive buildings, or removal of trees meets those tests, specifically the policies of the OP, the intent and purpose of the bylaws, desirability, or minor. And meanwhile, we have provided significant facts, decisions, data, and photos that prove this application does not meet these OP policies. Ramsgate is stable with a mixed lot composition where bylaw compliant lots and Long Branch lots prevail. Approval of this application will upset that balance, and with no appeal opportunity for most impacted neighbors, we respectfully request this application be refused. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mercado. Panel, any questions for Mr. Mercado? Okay, invite Mr.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
There was a question on board about 1B Ramsgate. So there was a question about
Yes, I would love
that
to
one.
hear, I would love to hear the answer. And what do you know about that property?
Okay, so that was actually before the character guidelines, even before the association. So it is a lot of record. So it was quite an old piece of property. And the one thing, it is an anomaly on the street. So there is no parking that's permitted. There is no garage. The FSI is high when you look at it, but it's also not as high as what is being proposed on these lots as well. So when you look at this piece of property, what were you going to put on it? So I think that was done as sensitively as possible with the neighbors, and they did the best they could with what they had.
But it looks like one was severed. Is that what happened? Because
it wasn't a
the
severance
address is
application,
one.
no.
It wasn't, because it's 1A and 1B. Usually that would,
Yeah, correct,
that would
but it
mean
wasn't.
usually that would indicate a severance.
Yeah, I've looked back and I've examined this over, like, because it keeps on coming back, and I can't even find a history for that, for when that severance happened. But I could find the decision, and it has a lot of, they've taken a lot of, they haven't asked for a lot of extras, like they've gotten rid of like any parking, no garage, but the negatives is that there isn't any plantable space on the property either.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that.
Thanks, Ms. McCaw. It's helpful. Okay, we'll invite Mr. DeFina to come online, and you have 5 minutes to rebut what you heard from Mr. Zalaznik, Mr. Vella, Ms. Gibson, and Ms. Mercado. Mr. DeFina.
Okay, so with regards to Mr. Zalaznik, I agree with him that no matter what type of building we put on this property, within or within the zoning or outside the zoning minor variance, it's still going to create the similar problems he described with regards to his property. So we could do it without a minor variance. We can do it with a variance. There's going to be no difference in impact. I appreciate his concern with regards to the side yard. He also, I'm sure, understands that a 9.5 meter height isn't allowable within the zoning bylaw. We're 1.24 meters below that height because we came closer to the property line. So daylight is not going to be a huge compromise or difference in this case. Furthermore, the rear yard faces south, so you are going to have the sunlight for the most of the time. It's obviously the western light that's going to be obstructed. So in essence, that would be my comment to Mr. Zelenitsky, that quite frankly, whether we're applying for a minor variance or whether we're moving ahead with a zoning compatible building, it's not going to change the affecting condition. With regards to Miss Judy Gibson's boundary tree, one of the problems we have with the red oak is that it's within 4 feet of the corner, the west rear corner of the existing building. That's not good for the tree, and it's not necessarily good for the building itself. However, we're recommending the removal of it at this point in time, and we understand it has to be a shared responsibility with the adjacent neighbor. The fact of the matter is that it's so close that it is going to affect the roots eventually, or the building for that matter, and of course the risk of any bad weather causing effect to the building that's currently there. But for the most part, we're willing and open to doing an extensive landscaping program to ensure replacement is done accordingly to what the staff or planning or forestry would be looking for. So we're very open to that. Insofar as just commenting on Christine Mercado's comments, number one, Ramsgate is only a 180 square meter lot. That would mean that it would only be 678 square feet to meet the 0.35 FSI. It's certainly double that. So it's not within. as indicated by Christine. So I'm a little puzzled about that. We did a chart to break out exactly what the frontages are on Ramsgate and the variable condition. We indicated that there are 7 lots that are under a 10-meter frontage and 7 lots that do exceed, one of which is 15 Ramsgate. Essentially, with regards to the 7.6 meters that are currently existing on Ramsgate, the FSI is only 101 meter allowable, or 1,091 square feet, and yet they exceed this for certain. And as I mentioned, we're facing with a 0.63, 0.69 scenario in this case. Anyway, I just wanted to comment on that. We did spend a lot of time going over the guidelines and trying to work within the guidelines, which is why we effected what we did. We tried to maintain the sight lines, the street wall to the best of our ability. We've got a streetscape to help verify that. We are not towering above the skyline in an inferior fashion to the adjacent buildings, as most of the prior development tends to do. We're almost 2 meters below what 5A and B Ramsgate sit. They're at 9.8 meters in height. We're at 8.2. So we're trying to accommodate balance, set proportions, and kind of blend into the neighborhood. Lifestyles change. People are working from home. This home is not extravagant. It's under 2,000 square feet. It's reasonable. The rooms are not elaborate. They're moderate. And it's really for an existing family on the street of Ramsgate. An elderly mom will be living in one.
Sorry, Mr. DeFini, you have 30 seconds to wrap.
Thank you. An elderly mom will be living in one, and the owners, the current owners, will be living in the other. This is the purpose of what we're doing here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeFina. Panel, any questions or comments for Mr. DeFina? Okay, there being none, let's go in camera, and I guess I would invite a single motion on the consent and the 2 minor variance applications. I think we can handle the whole consideration here in one motion. So that's my invitation and request to you to table something along those lines.
Mr. Chair, perhaps it might be appropriate for us to have a little bit of discussion,
Sure.
Some comments.
Yeah, sorry, I should have invited that.
I can kick that off.
Yep.
I still have a concern over the side yard setbacks and sort of what's being created here, and I guess you know, I don't find that this is the predominant street pattern, and in my view, you know, 2 semis would be far more appropriate for the development of this site, as it would present as a larger house on a larger lot and be more in keeping with the character. But that's not what's before us, but that's my comments.
Thank you. Any other comments? Thoughts about Mr. Komorik's comments? I'll just say I tend to agree with what you've said. Without repeating it, I tend to agree with what you've said. So.
I also agree too as well, notwithstanding the 1A and 1B Ramsgate, which I think was an anomaly or is an anomaly in Long Branch, but I would tend to agree with Mr. Komorik as well.
Ms. Popovic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with I agree with the comments of my colleague, and I'm having heard the objectors, I think the concerns remain as highlighted: the issue of the trees and the issue of the very minimal setbacks on the sides, impacting both the light and the square footage along the side of the house. So those concerns remain.
Yeah, this is kind of typical of many cases where lot frontages and lot areas significantly reduced, and the net effect of that to build a reasonable house is to you're forced to vary the bylaw in a number of areas to make it fit. And my thinking is you end up with an overbuild situation, and I can visualize what's proposed here vis-a-vis what's on that street in that neighborhood. And I would agree. I don't think what's being proposed here fits. So anyway, is somebody prepared to kind of wrap our thinking up?
Yeah, I think I could wrap it up. I actually don't have a huge issue with a lot of the variances. They make sense, but my principal concern is the severance, and I believe it's premature, and I don't believe the severance is appropriate, and therefore the entire application fails, and for that reason, I'm going to move refusal.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for Mr. Komorik's motion?
I'm inclined to second the refusal.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, so the motion carries 3-2 with Mr. Dalton and Ms. Alderson in dissent.
Could I just add why I am in dissenting? Sure. Unfortunately, I just took a look at 5 Ramsgate, which was a severance and a new build. Didn't show up on Google Maps, but it's in one of the presentations. Actually, it's the Long Branch Neighborhood Association photographed it, and yeah, so that's an existing condition now on that street. So anyway, that's why I'm in dissent. That's all.
Okay, thank you. So thanks for everybody who participated in that lively discussion. So we can now move on to item 15. Oh, it's on its own file. Item 15 is 250 WINCOTT Drive. The proposal is to permit the increase in the number of permitted units and to reduce the required unit mix and size restrictions within the proposed Building C on the subject site. A previous Committee of Adjustment application approved variances relating to loading spaces. We have 2 variances. And on file associated with this, we have a previous decision from July 6th of this year to defer to enable the opportunity for the applicant with an opportunity to consult with community planning. We have a current support letter from More Neighbors Toronto. We have a councillor request to defer. We have a Metrolinx advisory. Transportation services is okay. We have a letter of opposition from Mr. Bula, which came in very recently. We have planning conditions, 3 of them. And we have, I believe it's 5 registered speakers. Mr. Tenuta, Ms. Martin, Ms. Salito, Mr. Bula, and Ms. Pace.
Mr. Chair, Robert Wells is present, Frank Tenuta is present, Denny Martin is present. Sonia Pace will not be joining. She confirmed via email. Robert Bula is present. Miss Salito let me know that she would not be speaking anymore because she has to go to work, but I do still see her in the meeting, so we can call upon her and see.
Okay, so just help me. Who will I still call?
Everyone except for Sonia, and potentially Virginia won't be on the call either.
Sorry, everyone except for who?
Everyone except for Sonia Pace. She's going to be on the second page. She's on the next page.
And Robert Wells is with the applicant, so it's either him or Ryan Doherty, and it looks like it's Ryan Doherty.
Yeah. Okay, let's start with Ryan Doherty.
Mr. Chair, if I can interject for a minute, I was tempted to raise this at the beginning of the meeting, but I would like the councillor's request for deferral to be discussed because I tend to agree with his position that, and perhaps the applicant can address this issue as to why we should not defer this, given that this property is also the subject of a rezoning application that's currently in progress.
Sure. Okay. Okay, then let's consider the matter of the appropriateness of deferral. It's been raised by the councillor. It's been raised by Member Komorek. As Mr. Komorek points out, this matter is the subject of a rezoning application. We have a serious issue with why we should consider this minor variance application when a rezoning is under consideration. So let's deal with that then. Mr. Doherty, can you comment on our thinking that perhaps a deferral in favor of considering this as part of the rezoning makes sense or not?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair and committee. Can you all hear me okay?
Sure.
Great. And I'll just first apologize for my voice. I'm feeling a little bit under the weather today, so I apologize if my voice gives out. But yes, I'm happy to speak to this. With respect to the deferral, as you are aware, we had 2 previous deferrals on this application. Since that time, we've been working, including Trinity and myself, have been working directly with community planning staff to agree on the final language of the variances themselves, as well as the conditions of approval. We are in full agreement with the proposed conditions from planning. Those conditions would effectively, should this minor variance application be approved, would effectively require buildings C, which is what this application is for, to be pulled out of the rezoning application. In terms of the broader rezoning application, there are no proposed built form changes in that application being proposed for building C. So we have an approved zoning from 2021 that allows for a 43-meter building for building C to be built. And it's proposed that that envelope would be maintained and that building C would proceed. So if this application is approved by the committee, building C would effectively be taken out of the rezoning application, and that rezoning application can be dealt with separately. Again, we've worked with community planning and city legal to come up with that condition. Staff are comfortable that this minor variance application can proceed without prejudicing the rezoning application for the other 2 buildings. So that's why we think it's appropriate to proceed with this minor variance.
Okay, Mr. Komorek, before we advance this, do you have what's your current feeling on the approach we're taking here?
That satisfies my concerns. I wanted that to be clarified because my initial feeling when I read this file was, why are we dealing with this? So, thank you.
Okay, so we are now considering this to be an active application that we're going to be considering and ultimately making a decision on. So, Mr. Doherty, yeah, I think it's quite straightforward what you're proposing here, but maybe just sort of take us through the highlights about what you're trying to achieve here and why.
For sure. And through the chair, I did prepare a presentation package. It's just a couple of slides. Could we pull that up? And perhaps while that's happening, I'll just give a bit of, oh, I see the timer's been paused, so maybe I'll just wait for that to be pulled up. Yeah, and if maybe we could just start right at the second page. Thank you. Yeah, so the site, just by way of background, it's 3 hectares in size. It's situated along Eglinton Avenue between Kipling and Islington. It's comprised of the Richview Square Shopping Center and vacant lands. Next slide, please. The site is currently served by several local bus routes, and it is located along the Eglinton Crosstown West extension, which is currently under construction. Next slide, please. So just by way of background, and I know I covered some of this, a rezoning application was approved by council in July 2021, which allowed for the redevelopment of the site with 3 buildings of 11 and 11 stories for buildings A and B, and a building of 43 meters for building C. The rezoning approval also included the retention of a portion of the existing commercial plaza, which is building D, in addition to a private road, a park, and POPs. The configuration of that approval is governed by bylaw 834/2021. The application before you today pertains specifically to building C, which represents phase 1 of the larger development. And so in January 2023, a new rezoning application was filed by Trinity to increase the permitted height and density of buildings A and B. While buildings C and D are technically part of that application, no built form changes to these buildings have been proposed. Next slide, please. So there are a total of 2 variances, but they are effectively repeated from different sections of the bylaw. Those variances work within the 2021 approval, which set out a maximum cap of 587 units on the collective site. The bylaw does not regulate how those units are allocated within each building. And the intention is to reallocate 130 units from buildings A and B to building C. No increase in the unit cap on the overall site is being proposed. The increase in units within building C would be accommodated by altering the unit mix and size requirements of the bylaw. This would include reducing the number of 2-bedroom units from 35 to 28% and 3-bedroom units from 28 to 14%. The variances also seek to reduce the minimum size of 2- and 3-bedroom units. The proposed minimum sizes would now apply to all 2- and 3-bedroom units in building C, whereas the current bylaw only applies minimum sizes to 15% of the unit mix for 2 beds and 10% of the unit mix for 3 beds. The variances also include a minimum average unit size of 65 square meters for 2 beds and 89 square meters for 3 beds. And the averages will ensure that a range of unit sizes beyond the minimums continue to be provided within building C, and no changes to other performance standards would be required to accommodate the variances. Next slide. So the requested variances would speed up the delivery of housing on the site in a manner that has consideration for the intent and purpose of the bylaw, which is to ensure a range of larger unit types are proposed. Through the 2021 approval, Trinity also has agreements in place to deliver affordable rental housing on the site. The key goal here is more than just creating an additional supply of housing. It's really about creating more housing now. Should these variances be approved, Trinity is in a position to deliver building C in accordance with the built form and scale set out in the approved bylaw. We have a letter of support from More Neighbours Toronto, recognizing the importance of delivering more housing on this site, given the city's housing crisis, and the timely delivery of housing on this site is appropriate and in the public interest. We have spent the past several months working with community planning staff to agree on the final language of the variances and conditions of approval. As mentioned, we are in full agreement with the proposed conditions from planning. We also have a positive staff report from Transportation Services. The concerns raised by Councillor Holiday and members of the community are primarily process related and are in relation to the broader rezoning application. This minor variance is specific to building C and fits within the approved zoning envelope from 2021. Through the community planning recommendations, we have agreed to withdraw buildings C and D from the broader rezoning should this minor variance application be approved. Staff are comfortable with that this minor variance can proceed without prejudicing the rezoning application, and I would respectfully urge you to consider that recommendation. And finally, I'll just address some of the comments that were made about Airbnb. I'll just say that if we're serious as a city about addressing the housing crisis, we shouldn't be using Airbnb as a rationale against providing housing, regardless of size. Thank you. I'll leave it there. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty. Any questions or comments for Mr. Doherty? Ms. Alderson?
You mentioned the height of both building A and B at 11 stories, which is defined as mid-rise. Building C, you didn't mention the height. And I'm curious as to what the actual height is of building C.
Yes, I'd be happy to answer that. So the site-specific bylaw does not apply a number of stories to building C as it does for buildings A and B. The height is secured in metric at 43 meters. That's not including a mechanical penthouse. We're currently proposing building C as 13 stories,
13
again,
stories.
within that 43-meter envelope.
So it's a little higher than mid-rise, but that's the principal building above the plaza. Is that correct?
Above the, would you be able to clarify that?
Well, the plaza. It looks like the plaza is integrated into the podium of building C. Is that correct, or is that I'm not sure.
No, that's not correct. Maybe we could go to the site plan or the simplified plan in my presentation.
So the podium is not going to be used for commercial purposes.
The podium of building C does have commercial in it, but it's not a portion of the retained plaza. That would be building D.
Okay.
Which you can see is along the north side of the site. So the intention is a portion of that plaza would be demolished to allow for the new development, but a portion of it would be retained. Buildings C and B both have new retail within those buildings. I hope that helps to clarify.
Yeah, that helps to clarify. And building C, will that have the affordable housing component in building C, or is it building A and B?
It is intended that there would be affordable housing in building C. It hasn't yet been finalized as to how it would be split across the site.
Okay.
But it is Trinity's intention that a portion of it would be delivered in building C.
Okay, and are all these buildings purpose-built rental, or is there a condo building involved?
Building C at this time is intended to be rental.
Rental only, and then A and B will be condo, probably.
That's the current intention, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes.
And how many affordable units will be provided?
So under the 2021 approval, it's approximately 54 affordable housing units. So that's, if there's a total of 587, it's just under 1 in 10. So the more units that are provided on that site, it would increase on that same ratio. Again, like this application is not proposing to increase the number of overall units, but within that 587, it would be 54 affordable housing units.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Dalton. Any other questions, comments? Okay, let's move on to our list of speakers in this matter then. The first name I have is Frank Tenuta. It says here you're appearing by virtual video. Mr. Tenuta?
Frank, I will be moving you to a panelist so that you can turn on your video. So at any moment now, you can turn your video on.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Tenuta.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
Can
great.
you please share your thoughts on this application with us? You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, sure, thanks. So I live at 2 Linstead Court, just immediately north of the proposed buildings. And
Sorry, just for the record, your address, please?
I'm sorry?
What is
2
your address,
Linstead-
please?
Yeah, 2 Linstead Court.
Thank you.
Okay. So just immediately north of the building, and you know, I know there's rezoning and happening, and you know, we went from 2021 from 11 and 13 stories to now the 13 stories is going to remain, but with the rezoning of 31 and 22 stories for the 2 buildings that are 11 stories each. I know that that's not in this discussion, but just wanted to put things in perspective. And the applicant just indicated that, if this is allowed, it would be timely and allow housing to start going. Well, they had this agreement with us, the community, since 2021, and nothing has been built yet, and we're still discussing on rezoning. So that's just a brief comment on some of the things the applicant just mentioned, Mr. Doherty. But I wanted to comment on something that I've been finding ever since living in Etobicoke, and especially since moving to 2 Linstead Court in 2005, is just the density, the traffic that has been happening in our area. And to me, it's fitting. I know there was a traffic report in 2022, I believe, that came out in December, but recently we've had some changes to Eglinton Avenue and Kipling and Scarlett and all the way across to Islington. And it reflects to me the change because of the LRT, sorry, and it reflects to me what might be happening with an increase in density, even though, the building doesn't change, the walls don't change, I guess, in terms of the structure, but the units will, and the amount of people moving into this area. So it was interesting just recently in 2023, and really heavy in the winter and spring months and summer, that Eglinton around Kipling was down to 2 lanes. And so individuals obviously commuting across Eglinton took it upon themselves, I would think, to find it the shortest route and cut through our side streets. And the streets I'm speaking about especially were Hunting Ridge and WINCOTT and along Waterford, etc. And the amount of cars in our area was incredible with the LRT and Eglinton. And I just wanted to make a comment today saying, it was, I have granddaughters that I take to the park close by and crossing WINCOTT, and it took minutes to cross the street and cars are speeding across. I can only imagine what it would be like with the increase in these units being mixed and bigger units now, more people in the area, more traffic. And it's very disconcerting, to look at this. I understand that some of this is going to happen in the future, but I can't imagine what this is going to look like with respect to density and just the amount of people in this area and their vehicles and sharing space. It's just, we saw it firsthand, as I noted with the LRT. So I just wanted to make that comment. And obviously I'm against this increase. We had agreed to something in 2021, and it seems like the applicant keeps changing. And as we noted, and our counselor, Mr. Halliday, said that, there's a rezoning happening again. So again, we're going from an agreement with the applicant to, again, more discussions and rezoning. It doesn't seem like they're going to be content with anything. And this is going to be our new neighbor, our new neighbor. So we're not happy about that. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Tenuta. Panel, any questions or comments for Mr. Tenuta?
Yeah, I actually have a question.
Ms. Alderson,
yeah, Building A and Building B are up for rezoning, and they're looking at what heights, did you say?
So there, we had agreed with the applicant, three buildings, 11 and 11 and 13. The 13 is going to stay. Now the 11 and 11 story buildings are proposed, the rezoning from, one is 31 stories and the other one is 22.
Okay. It's a big change from 11 stories. I understand that the LRT,
Absolutely.
The LRT
and it's
is
unfortunate
going to take
because
some of that traffic away,
Yeah,
but
sorry.
it's a big change.
Yeah, I'm sorry for cutting in, but I just want to say it's unfortunate because we had agreed for 11 and 11. That's what's more or less the height of other buildings in the area. And as you can see now, the applicant has again changed their mind and wanting to go much higher.
Yeah, using the LRT as rationale, basically, I think.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Mr. Tenuta. You can stand by, and Mr. Doherty will be speaking to you in a few minutes, maybe many minutes. We've got a number of speakers here. Next up, we have Denny Martin, 5 Whitacombe Hill. Denny, are you available to speak to us?
He's unmuted, Mr. Chair. Denny, are you there?
We move on. We'll check in with her later.
Yep, we can move on. Our next speaker is Robert Bula.
Mr. Bula? Robert Bula, are you available? Virginia's already said she's not going to be available.
Mr. Chair, she said she couldn't speak anymore because she was headed to work, but her number is still dialed into the meeting, so I'm going to just unmute her here. Virginia, are you there? Are you present?
Hello?
Hi there. Is this Virginia Solito?
Yes.
Hi there. Are you still wanting to make a presentation?
Yeah, I can speak for a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Solito? Ms. Solito?
Yeah.
Yes, hi. Okay. Yes, we'd like to hear your comments on this application. And you have up to 5 minutes to do that if you need that amount of time. So please proceed.
Okay, my comments are very similar to the first speaker. I'm definitely opposed to this proposal. Again, just to repeat, city councilors already voted in 2021 for the 3 mid-sized buildings. And this is a significant change from what was agreed upon. Again, my main concerns is regarding the burden on the existing services and infrastructure, the huge increase in traffic, as well as the whole community being really, the livability of the community being significantly reduced. So that's basically, just to summarize, it's a lot of information that was already shared with by the first speaker. I think this is really sending a message that, developers can just come back when they don't hear what they want to hear the first time. They can just come back and keep asking a question until they get an answer that they want. That's why I'm hoping that this committee will support the 2021 agreement.
Okay, is that it, Ms. Solito?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Panel, any questions for Ms. Solito before we move along?
Just a comment. I think this has more to do with Bill 23 than anything else. Assuming that this will be near a major transit hub, developers can pretty much build what they want near a major transit hub, according to Bill 23. So.
Well, I believe that information was already known in 2021, and council approved the 3 mid-sized buildings.
Question of staff. I don't think Bill 23 was in effect in 2021. I think it only came into effect last year.
November 2022.
So that's Bill 23, and that's courtesy of your premier.
Okay. Call on Sonia Pace.
Mr. Chair, Sonia Pace is not on the call. She emailed us to let us know that she would not be speaking anymore. Just so you know, Denny Martin has dropped off the call now and has not rejoined. So we can try again for Robert Bula.
Robert Bula, are you with us? Mr. Bula. Okay, I think we have to proceed with the speakers that we've heard from.
Do you want us to try contacting them, or do you want to just
Okay,
move on?
well, yeah. Take a few minutes to try and do that, I guess.
She just spoke. Yeah. Mr. Chair, Denny has rejoined the call, so I'm going to go ahead and unmute him now. Denny, are you there? Denny?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sort of. If you could speak a little closer to your mic.
Mr. Martin?
Yes, is that any better?
A little. Try again.
Let me try and plug in with some, let's see if that helps.
Barely.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's proceed. Thanks for participating today, and please give us your thoughts on the application for 250 WINCOTT Drive. You have up to 5 minutes should you need it.
Denny, you've muted yourself. I've just unmuted you now. You can try again.
All right, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Thank you for allowing us to speak at the public hearing. My wife and I, along with our children, live at 5 Etobicoke Hill, which is the home on the 3rd lot on the northwest of and adjacent to the proposed development. We are asking that you not approve this variance to the zoning bylaw. I would like to address the 4 points with which the committee must be satisfied when reviewing variance requests, as noted in the public hearing order. Firstly, we must evaluate if this is a variance request which is a minor adjustment. I would like to argue that this variance request is not minor. The first variance request in the square footage decreases from 87 meters to 60 meters. That's a 31% decrease in the size of a dwelling. This is not minor. Second paragraph requests that the square footage decrease from 101 meters to 89 square meters. It is a 12% decrease in the size of the dwelling, and this too is not minor. This is not in keeping with the intended development of housing under the bylaw for this residential area. Also, as a point of clarity, the first 2 submissions in June and July showed that the number of total units increasing by 22%. That is not minor. It is unclear if the current request is incomplete or inaccurate. It appears the developer is asking for a variance to the bylaws, but not indicating a restriction to the other buildings, buildings A and building B. Specifically, the decrease the units and of the other buildings. So because the variance request is not clear, and because of what they're actually proposing is not minor, this does not qualify as a minor variance request. With respect to the second required proposal, this proposed second requirement allowance, the proposal is not desirable as evidenced by numerous community meetings and communications regarding the unusually large size of the development and the high number of dwelling units. The wording of the variance request has only referred to building C, and it is not tied to the required or corresponding decrease in the units of buildings A and B. They say that there's an agreement with the city, but it is not locked in the bylaw. So this variance request is not appropriate for that reason. The result of what they're requesting is an increase to the total number of dwelling units, putting additional strain on the neighborhood and the infrastructure and traffic, as alluded to by other residents. The original land use was for vehicular traffic. There was a road planned here. And then it was amended for mid-rise housing. A previous construction proposal put forth by the developer has already been approved. And the developer is now proposing a variance change for a much larger, newer application of the 3 buildings, which is 13, 22, and 31 stories. This is egregiously in excess of the October 4th, 2021 council-approved mid-rise permitted dwellings of 11, 11, and 12 stories. Therefore, this variance request is not desirable and it's not appropriate. Thirdly, variance request does not maintain the general intent and purpose of the city's zoning code. The city planning department and the area residents already allowed for an increase in the size of the buildings. Now the developer is proposing even larger buildings. And in this latest request is now asking for changes to the bylaw. This appears to be a never-ending encroachment of the rights and laws in place in this neighborhood. The developer had financial, legal, and other resources available to have evaluated its original investment in the context of the existing zoning code, bylaw parameters. The developer should respect.
Mr. Martin, could you wrap up? You got 20 seconds.
Well, fine. They are not respecting the 3rd rule. The 4th rule is that the official plan is not being maintained. The buildings are significantly higher, as you can appreciate, 11, 11, 12 versus 13, 20, and 30. I believe that this variance request, trying to summarize, sorry. The Committee of Adjustment has to safeguard the residents. And this developer, as you can see, is not necessarily being forthright with all the information. They're asking for piecemeal increases. I respectfully at this point and emphatically request that the Committee of Adjustment not approve this bylaw variance.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martin. Panel, any questions or comments for Mr. Martin?
Just a comment that I found it really disingenuous from the applicant that I had to hear from the opponent that there was an increase or the request for an increase in height for A and B. I didn't hear that coming from the actual applicant, so I find that a little disingenuous. I might have been more inclined to defer the application.
Mm-hmm. Anything else before we move on? Mr. Kumar?
Yeah, it's really not a question for the deputant. It's really more of a question for the applicant. I mean, to me, my initial question really wasn't answered because this variance is still tied to the rezoning, because the way I understand it, and maybe the applicant can clarify this, there's a limit of 587 units for the entire development right now. Is that correct?
Mr. Doherty?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
And you're asking for 370 of those to be within Building C?
That's correct.
Yet you're pushing to get a increase on the other 2 buildings, and you know the difference there. You know, if we take 587 minus 370, so you're telling us that there's only going to be 217 units in the other 2 buildings?
Yes, that's correct.
But are you not also asking for an increase on those 2 buildings?
Yeah, through a separate rezoning application.
Right, so in fact, it may be more than 217, which means this application is inexplicably linked to the other application, which is why I believe the councillor was asking to defer this.
Well, this application is yes, it's all the same site, but it is a different matter. That's a separate rezoning application that's going to be considered by staff. It's going to go to council for a decision. It's not the increase in height and density on buildings A and B are not what's being requested of the committee today. And I apologize to Member Alderson. I did not intend to be misleading about the nature of the rezoning application. So I just want to put that on the record as well.
But I specifically asked you how many stories A and B would be, and you said 11 stories. Anyway, yeah, I find this, I think C and A and B are all inextricably tied up together. So I don't know how you can ask us to separate this right now. And I'm thinking, just thinking, you know, out loud, but I'm thinking that I might make a motion for deferral even after hearing all of this.
Okay, well, hold that thought. Could we give Mr. Bula another opportunity to speak to us?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to unmute him now.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Bula, you can go ahead.
Hello.
Mr. Bula.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Could you please give us your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Robert Bula. I live at 187 WINCOTT Drive.
Okay, and we've all read your letter of a few days ago. But if you
Great,
wish,
thank you.
yeah. So you have up to 5 minutes if you need it to tell us what you think about this application. And as I said, we have read your letter.
Yes, I didn't plan on addressing the committee today except for the letter. However, Sonia Pace asked me to take her place. She had to leave a few minutes ago. And a lot of the previous speakers have raised points that I thought had on mind. This developer has not been straightforward. He hasn't been straightforward with you, and this is the way he has treated the community. Over 5 years, there have been 3 different type proposals that were suggested until we finally found one that a mid-rise solution that the community could agree to. And now they're doing this smoke and mirrors, claiming that they're only changing one building. In his presentation, the gentleman said, oh yeah, and there's going to be pops and parks and retail and so on. Originally, there were supposed to be 2 floors of retail in Building C, with a nice big shop, grocery store and so on, possibly. But everything was possibly. As later on, they have said they do not intend to be a retail landlord. They are responsible for the plaza, which is still there, and in part anyways. And they have shown that they are not treating, they're not keeping the plaza up properly. They're letting it fall apart. They do not, they've made it very obvious they do not intend to be retail landlords. Someone mentioned Bill 23 and being a major transit hub as the reason for the huge increase. Number one, this is not a transit hub. This will be on a median transportation line. There is no connection to GO train or anything else. It will be a good walk, 5-minute walk either way, or 4 or 5 minute walk to Kipling or Islington, which are the nearest transportation sites. And it'll be a 10-minute walk to the nearest grocery store. They promised a complete community. Reducing the number of 3 bedrooms will not make it more of a complete community. It'll be less family oriented. Reducing the shopping available will make it less of a community. He said, oh yes, there's going to be pops and parks and this and that. But he didn't say who is responsible for these. Is it going to be the people who are putting up buildings C and D, which they are associated with Daniels to do the development for those, which is a new thing with the contract hasn't been signed, but they've been in talks. As far as, so it's not a major hub. It is not, this is not Midtown where people can walk to the major street, and there is all types of stores and employment available. It's not King or Dufferin or Queen or even further down on Eglinton. There is no commercial on Islington, Kipling, Eglinton, even going further out to Martin Grove or Royal York. It's a fairly isolated community in some regards, and they do not have parking for the full number of tenants. There's only be parking for one half of the tenants. The new plan stated 1,064 units, which I don't know why Mr. Doherty is not straightforward about saying that there are 1,064 units being planned. And it's been smoke and mirrors, and everything they said has been false. They even bought the land from Build Toronto based on the mid-rise, and the pricing was based on a mid-rise development. So they bought this land at a cheap price where they could make a profit building mid-rise, and now they say, oh, let's do another 20 floors. I know this is slightly outside the scope of Building C, but this is all part of the one development. And I think it has to be deferred for that reason. And I think I'm down to 210. I think I did my 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bula. Panel, any questions or comments for Mr. Bula? No? Okay, Mr. Doherty, you've got 5 minutes to rebut what you heard from Mr. Tenuta, Mr. Martin, Ms. Salito, and Mr. Bula.
Give me 1 sec, Mr. Chair. I'm just unmuting him now.
Mr. Doherty?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, everyone, for your questions. I'll do my best to go through them in order. I just want to make clear for the committee and for everyone attending that the new rezoning application is not what's being discussed today. The increased height and density on buildings A and B, including all the corresponding impacts, are being dealt with through the new rezoning process, which has its own requirements for consultation. It's going to be reviewed by staff, the community. We had a community consultation meeting last month about that application. That increase in height and density is not being proposed in this minor variance. We recognize that it is a separate process. I understand that it is the same site, but it is a separate process. The requested variances work within the approved maximum unit cap of 587 units, which is from the 2021 approval. Again, no built form changes or increase in density for Building C is being requested by the committee. It specifically pertains to the unit mix and sizes within Building C. I again want to highlight the conditions that have been raised by community planning staff, which we agree with. Condition number 2 states that prior to the granting of approval of the variances, the applicant will revise the zoning bylaw amendment application to exclude Building C and Building D, which effectively would decouple this application, this minor variance, from the larger rezoning application so that it can be dealt with separately. We have worked for months with community planning staff to come to that resolution. Just touching on a couple of the other points. Fundamentally, the issue with the existing unit size and mix requirements within the bylaw comes down to market conditions. Trinity has tried to market the larger units within Building C and has been unsuccessful in doing so. As I hope the committee can appreciate, it is becoming harder to deliver housing in the city due to increased costs. One of the other things I want to highlight is the proposed rates in terms of the unit mix that we're setting out would still exceed the city's own growing up guidelines, which require 15% 2-bedroom units and 10% 3-bedroom units. The application proposes 28% 2-bedroom units and 14% 3-bedroom units. With respect to the decrease in size of the units, I think Mr. Martin is unfairly characterizing the decrease in unit sizes. While the proposed minimums are being reduced, we are also implementing required average sizes, which do not currently exist in the bylaw. And those averages will ensure that a range of unit sizes can be provided. So yes, while the sizes are being decreased, there is also an average being added. Those minimum sizes as well apply to all 2 and 3 bedroom units, whereas in the bylaw, they would only apply to 15% of the 2 beds and 10% of the 3 beds. So I think I'll leave it there, but thank you all for your time.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Doherty. We're going to have a sort of a conversation time on this item, but just in the meantime, before we kick it off, panel, any questions of immediacy for or comments for Mr. Doherty? Recognizing that we could well be engaging with him as part of our conversation or discussion.
I just want to clarify then that is it just building C, or is it both building C and D that are excluded from the rezoning application?
It would be through my voice. It would be both building C and D, which is the plaza building,
Right.
that would be taken out of the rezoning application.
So you're adding housing units on top of the existing commercial in D?
No, it would just be the plaza, the 1-story plaza being retained. There's no units being proposed on building D.
So where are this 217 units going?
The 217, are you referring to the leftover units from the 587?
Correct.
They would still be allocated to buildings A and B, which are future phases of the development.
Yeah, so we're still tying the two applications one to the other, okay?
Yes, I understand what you're saying, but it really comes down to how these buildings are ultimately delivered on the site.
Okay, thank you. Let's take this into committee for discussion, and Mr. Doherty, stand by. We can always come out of committee if we want to engage with you prior to deciding on this matter, but I think we're in camera now and it's discussion time, panel.
Okay, I'll kick it off. I mean, my principal concern coming here today from day one was that I thought that this site should be considered as one holistic application and not piecemealed the way it is at this hearing. The explanation I was given, I thought that, the two C and D would be standalone, complete, fait accompli. They're not. There's still a piece of this application that's tied to the rezoning application. So we're still dealing with this, in my view, in a unsatisfactory matter, because we don't know what's going to happen with the 217 units or how that's going to be used as part of the other application. So we're still approving part of a application, one they're still married.
They are, but they're not. I think what they're trying to do is take C and D out, because they obviously want to phase that.
Yeah.
To get C built. And then the zoning bylaw application is the zoning bylaw application. It's separate. It's not before us.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything underhanded about it. I just think this is how they want to phase it, and they want to get part of it going.
Fair.
Because the zoning is going to take, a longer time, 7 to 10 months likely.
So potentially this could speed up the construction process and
For
get
sure.
this, sure. Okay.
For the one building.
Right.
For building C.
Not the
anyway.
other ones that they want to enlarge, but they're not before us.
Right.
So I think we have to put that aside.
Okay.
Zoning bylaw is the zoning bylaw. C of A is C of A. The C of A is C and D. Okay. The two variances.
And community planning has worked very hard on the language that they're using for the conditions of approval. So I take some comfort in that.
Ms. Popovic, any comments, feelings?
I am a little bit torn, having heard all of the voices and trying to strike a balance. I do have concerns with the form over substance approach to the zoning and the enlargement of the structures from, I believe in one case, from 11 to over 30, which is almost triple. So those do concern me. However, I'm believe we are in a jurisdictional issue, and I agree with my colleague that if we do not have jurisdiction over the zoning issue at the minute, only what is before us, then I'm not. I continue to be concerned about the zoning side of it, but if we're just limited to what's before us today, the one point that sticks with me from one of the commentators was that the traffic and the public transit, that it's not a public transit hub. Like that's a concern for me. So I'm not 100% convinced that the 4 tests have been met, trying to keep in mind that we're just focusing on the minor variance, not the zoning issue.
Well, it is important that we are restricted to dealing with what's before us, 2 variances, or 3, I guess.
I think we need to clarify transit hub here, because I think in Bill 23, they basically are looking at, subway stations, not as transit hubs per se. I think but they are major transit stations. And they're allowing anything, pretty much any density to be built around these subway stations, these LRT stations. You don't have to be a major transit hub with 3 levels of higher order transit. I think they consider a transit station to be, certainly an important consideration when you're looking at density. So they will have, I think, one of the opponents said that there will be 2 stations. One is a 5-minute walk and one is a 10-minute walk. While it's not a transit hub, it is considerable public transit that they're, putting into this community, so.
I agree with you, but I see what you're saying as considerations related to the rezoning consideration going forward. I think basically what we're looking at here is they're changing the ratio of 2, 3, and 1-bedroom units in a building. That's essentially all we're looking at here. So I don't know. I guess I'd be inclined to sort of share Member Dalton's view on this. Let's if we stick to our knitting here and look at the 2 variances that are before us and the essence of them, maybe we're getting overly concerned with something that really doesn't belong to us. It's important, but it's not before us today. We're looking at a unit ratio change in one building.
You're right,
That's
it's
all.
not before us.
That's all, yeah.
And there's no request for increasing this building in terms
No.
of what was originally.
No, it
approved.
isn't,
So
no.
in essence, what we're doing is we're locking up part of that overall
Yeah.
site. Well, 2, because D as well.
Yeah.
So we're taking those 2 out of that mix. And at least part of the process is done. Subject to, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Sounds
just
like we're getting closer to a
yeah,
motion.
and anticipating where we may be going. I just think it's important for the people that took the time to speak to us today to have listened to what we've just said. And, it's very important that we are obliged to limit ourselves to what is before us, which I perhaps oversimplified as just a unit ratio switch, but that in essence is all that's before us. You made some very good comments about traffic and density and increased height from what you understood 2 years ago. All very valid, but that's part of the rezoning process, which is underway. So, I hope you'll understand, depending on where this ends up, that we did hear you, but it's important to recognize what we're empowered to deal with. And it's not much, unfortunately, it's not much of what you said. So, may I have a motion?
Or the chair can make a motion.
I'll make one.
I think,
I believe the application is supportable and move motion to approve the variance subject to the 3 conditions in the October 30th, 2023 Community Planning Comments.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Dalton.
Yep.
Is there a seconder for Mr. Dalton's motion?
Yeah, I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Kamork. All in favor? That is unanimous. Approval has been granted. Congratulations, Mr. Doherty, and thanks to all the speakers who took the time to present to us so passionately and eloquently. Very much appreciated.
And good luck with the rezoning application.
No, I've been reading body language beside me and have interpreted that it is now time for lunch. Because we have only 3 applications, but they're quite substantial. So I think rather than push into 2:30, 3 o'clock and not eat isn't fair to staff, it isn't fair to us. So I would call for a recess until 2 p.m. Would that be sufficient for staff? We are recessed, and sorry to the folks here for applications 16, 17, and 18, but we hope you'll understand and be ready to talk to us in an hour and a bit. Thank you. Okay, thanks for your awaiting our break. Oh, yeah. There we go.
Mr. Chair, just give me one moment because my laptop is a little bit still on lunch.
Are you okay now?
Yes.
Good. Okay. So we are on agenda item number 16, which is 8-26 Jopling Avenue South. The purpose is to construct a mixed-use development consisting of a 29-story mixed-use tower with a 2-story mechanical room and amenity space above, and a 38-story mixed-use tower with a 2-story mechanical room and amenity space above, connected by a 6-story base with amenity space above. We have this matter was deferred on August 17th this year to provide an opportunity to consult with community planning. We have a letter of concern from Ms. Simmons. We have a Metrolinx advisory. We have Councillor Holliday's letter opposing height and GFA. We have transportation conditions. And we have a planning report that includes conditions about correcting and revising one of the variances, number 6, and conditions applicable to variances 3 to 7, and recommending a refusal of variance 8. We have in our additional material a letter from David Bronskill of Goodman's, who states that on behalf of the applicant, they are satisfied with planning conditions and transportation condition 1, but not condition 2. So we'll be getting Mr. Bronskill to elaborate on that. We have 2 registered speakers. We have area resident Adam Rogers, and we have Deputy Mayor Amber Morley, who will be hearing from after Mr. Bronskill's presentation. So, David Bronskill, are you ready and willing and able to talk to us about your application?
I am, Mr. Chair, and I hope I'm coming through okay for you.
You are loud and clear.
Thank you, sir. Just formally, sir, I can confirm our address, 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400 in Toronto, M5H2S7, and it is David Bronskill. Name spelt is on the letter, here as agent for the applicant, sir.
Perfect.
Just, sir, nuts and bolts at the start, and this relates to the planning memo, sir. I should formally just confirm with the Deputy Secretary Treasurer the revisions to variances 6 and 8 because they are in line with the planning memo. We did note them in our letter, sir. Revision 6 shows a proposed GFA of 55,750. That should actually read, in accordance with the planning memo, 53,600. So there's a reduction in the GFA being sought. The 53,600 is actually on the waiver we submitted and is the correct variance. Planning staff noticed that on the public notice, and it should be corrected. And similarly, sir, the notice has a proposed residential GFA of 54,811. As noted in the planning memo and the waiver, it should be revised to 52,600. So that was one revision, sir. And then in variance 8, we understand planning staff would like us to keep the resident amenity space at at 4 square meters for each dwelling unit.
Right.
We are happy to do that, sir. So we would keep it at 4. The only thing that therefore would remain in variance 8 would be that we would have 1.9 square meters for each dwelling unit as outdoor amenity space instead of 2.
Okay.
So we would still agree to provide the 4. We would just have to make up for it with some additional indoor if we only provide the minimum outdoor. So we're accepting of that planning staff recommendation as well, sir. And I wanted just to formally ensure those revisions were before you.
Yeah, I think we're all certainly aware of them. Yeah, we all.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, we're all aware of them.
So, sir, I'm happy to answer questions. As I noted in our letter, which we provided, we hoped in an effort to expedite matters. We are supportive otherwise of the planning staff recommendations, including the condition of approval that would secure additional benefits as part of this. We are in support of the Metrolinx condition, the ECS conditions of approval, and transportation condition 1. Transportation condition 2 is the one, sir, I will quickly talk about for you, just because it's one that we can't accept because it actually just defeats the actual variance that we're seeking from you. And we're not quite sure why transportation staff is recommending refusal. The memo itself states a concern related to the accessibility of the short-term bicycle parking. We did include in our letter for you, sir, a colored site plan that shows that all of that short-term visitor bicycle parking, whether it's in stackers or not, is located at grade and we think easily accessible. And planning staff didn't identify any concerns with the locations of the short-term bicycle parking. That was their stated opposition to this. Sir, what we did is, as part of our letter, also provide numerous examples of zoning bylaws approved in Etobicoke going back to 2019 and all the way through 2023, where council has allowed short-term bicycle parking spaces to be located in a stacked bicycle parking space. So these are 13 zoning bylaw amendments, including for Etobicoke Civic Center, just down the street, the city's own facility, that would allow short-term bicycle parking in a stacked bicycle parking space. So I'm not sure why we would be treated any differently. And we also, sir, just for the committee's interest, included pictures of the stacked spaces that are located now outside the Kiel station for the TTC. So the TTC is using short-term visitor bicycle stackers the way that we would use for some, but not all of our short-term bicycle parking. So we would urge the committee not to impose condition 2. It would simply defeat the purpose of the variance. And sir, it's a variance that we are just seeing approved, frankly, all over the city, but we did provide 13 recent Etobicoke examples for you where city council has actually authorized it as something to be permitted. So that's a quick overview, sir, in response to the memos. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Panel, any questions of Mr. Bronskill or comments that you wish to forward at this time? No? Okay, Mr. Bronskill, you'll stand by and listen to our 2 speakers and then prepare yourself for a rebuttal.
Just before we go there, sorry, Mr. Chair, do we need clarification on the wording of the variances? Or was that?
Well, of the revisions?
Yeah.
I'm trying to draft that right now.
Okay.
And then we'll share it on the screen and get Mr. Bronskill to confirm that it's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, great, that'd be useful. Thank you, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer. Okay, so we'll move forward then and listen to our people that want to speak to us. Adam Rogers.
I'm here.
Good afternoon, Adam. Thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes to tell us what you think about this application.
And just for the record, I live at Michael Power Place, 9 Michael Power Place, so just maybe a few blocks away. Just wanted to make sure that was on record.
Thank you.
So I'll keep this very short. I think what seems to be Cheryl, who may be on the Islington rates pair, because I see Carolyn McGee's CC'd on this email, so perhaps she's with the rate pair. She didn't mention that, but she has some substantive points of where she provides objections, and I also see that the counselor is speaking later, and Counselor Stephen Holiday stepped in, and personally, I don't have any sake on the building height, so I'll stay away from that. My main concern, and I guess my confusion, which is echoed in that, is I'm a little confused about the POPs related zoning request. I don't know if it's construction staging on a temporary basis, but it is a bit confusing. What is that actually being requested? I reviewed their submission, and maybe they can explain what exactly is being used on this. But the gist of my major concern, and I'm hoping that even if this gets approved, maybe the staff can work on improving this. But ideally, we're putting in a POP space beside what is to be a public park, from my understanding, speaking with Desiree in the planning department. Having a chain link fence on a public POP connected right to another park does not make sense. It's going to kind of defeat the purpose of that. And then again, I think the developers can easily enough just exclude that or find some way around it. But I did want to raise this now. I also noticed in the POPs area that a significant portion of the POPs is going to be what looks to be cement. I mean, I'm looking through the planning. I think that could easily be scaled back. The idea here is this is going to be part of a whole residential area. If we're going to have a POP space beside another public park, we want to make this as full and complete as possible for all, not just the residents of these buildings, but all all the residents that will be in the area. And I will say that on the bike situation, I also don't have an objection to this. Ideally, we want to encourage more bicycle use, especially in light of the fact that with no parking minimums, we're going to see a lot less, and perhaps with the parking being reduced, we're going to be seeing less. I'm in favor of that, so I will say that that even if it's not ideally what the transportation has, I think we can make an exception. And I will say that this is just to the developer. Based on my experience in these situations, it should be noted that Councillor Holiday tends to make additions that prevent permit parking for these buildings on side streets. And if you're going to be reducing the parking, I think all developers in this area need to know that that's fine if that's what you want to go. But a lot of folks are not going to have a space to park, so you need to be very upfront about this in front. If we go with this process, that's up. I'll leave it up to you folks to decide. But this is something that every development I've seen, Councillor Holiday tends to add on that point that they cannot get permit parking around this area. And there's not exactly green P. There are green Ps, but it's, if for temporary visitor parking, this is something to be thought about, especially during the holidays. So, again, I'll let the committee decide whether to keep the parking that was originally envisioned or reduce it. But that is something that all developers in this area need to realize, is that if you don't build the parking and people need the visitor spaces, there's not going to be that option on the side streets per se, based on that. Anyway, that's all I have to add on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Very helpful. Panel, any questions for Mr. Rogers? Okay, now call on Deputy Mayor Amber Morley, who's registered to speak with us.
Mr. Chair, her representative, Matt Cook, will be presenting on her behalf.
Okay. Mr. Cook, are you available?
Matt, I'm trying to unmute you here, and I'm not able to. You might have to log out and log back in and authorize the use of your microphone. Mr. Chair, I'm trying to unmute him, but I'm not able to. So he has to log out, log back in, and authorize the use of his microphone.
We're patient.
So we'll be patient. Mr. Cook, are you, can you try and talk?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm having some WebEx difficulties right at the last minute here, but as long as you can hear me, we're okay.
We can. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm here today on behalf of Deputy Mayor Morley, who's unable to attend as City Council's in session. Deputy Mayor Morley does not support this Committee of Adjustment application and does not consider the changes to be minor in nature. This application fairly recently went through the zoning bylaw amendment process, and city planning staff worked hard with the applicant to arrive at the application design, which was voted on and approved by City Council in its current form. And she believes that allowing these types of developments to secure additional height and density through the COA process after such a recent approval is a bit of a circumvention of the city planning's application process. Additionally, she worries that this will set a precedent wherein many other tower applications in the 6 Points area, of which there are many in the pipeline, will also attempt to secure additional height and density through the Committee of Adjustment, which would have compounding impacts on the neighborhood from a residential and planning perspective. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Panel, any questions for Mr. Cook? No? Okay, Mr. Oh, sorry.
I do have a question. I noticed that the planning report initially stated that this application, in their view, should have been a zoning bylaw amendment, and that this isn't the correct process. I'm assuming you concur with that statement from planning then.
Yes, that's Councillor Morley's position.
Thank you.
Okay, let's call on Mr. Bronskill to come back for a rebuttal on what he's heard. Mr. Bronskill?
Sorry, sir, I muted myself.
There you go.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. I'd propose first just to respond to the comments of Mr. Rogers, if I could, sir. And I would actually just say, sir, really great city building comments as part of this neighborhood. If I could ask the staff quickly just to put the public notice up, because I just wanted to explain the variance for the POPs if Mr. Rogers is still listening, and for the benefit of the committee, and then just make a few comments. It's variance number 2, and it's a very, I'm going to suggest you, a very technical variance, because the change is not the provision of the POPs or its size or even its location. It's an ability to have it closed during construction staging on a temporary basis. That's the only variance being sought for the POPs. And again, if I could ask staff's indulgence, if they could pop into now just our presentation and slide 7, which shows the ground floor plan. And I'll just quickly explain for the committee why that variance is necessary, and then I'll just make some larger comments about the POPs. Just while it's coming up, page 7 of that plan for the committee will show the POPs on the right-hand side or at the south end. I'm not sure if committee staff are able to bring up that presentation. Thank you. You can see it there on the right-hand side. That's the POPs. So it's still being provided. The one difference is, if you can see that yellow line that runs through the development, it may be a little small on your screen. What's happening here is there's phasing. The left side is going to be phase 1. The POPs will be provided. Then when phase 2 goes ahead, the POPs will be obstructed from access during construction of phase 2, or what's on the right-hand side of the building. And then when phase 2's construction is completed, the POPs will then be restored. So it's just an interruption during that phase 2 construction of the POPs is the variance before you. And then just from a city building perspective, if staff are able to flip up to slide 5, you can see how the POPs fits into what's an emerging, what I'm going to call green space network in the area. We're north of Dundas, kind of in that triangle. You can see a park that is now approved. Sorry, one down, staff. The one that showed the slide 5 again. If you could put it down for the committee, one page, please. Thank you. You can see the park that sits in the recently approved Liberty development. That's a development that was approved after our client's development. You can see the pops at the south end of the Jopling buildings. You can see the hydro corridor that runs through, and I can advise you that the 41-story building that's also been approved subsequent to our client's application, just on the north side of Dundas, it has green space parkland there being provided as well. So you can see what's emerging, to Mr. Rogers' point, is green space that is connected. He'd asked about the fence on the south side of the property. I think one of the plans had shown a fence there. At the site plan stage, it's certainly not something, if city staff are willing, that my client needs to have. We would be open to having no fence there, so the pops and park can be connected so that this green space continues to grow and flow. And on the permit parking, I can say to Mr. Rogers, we are very aware, and we are planning on the basis of a potential motion that would not allow permit parking for residents of the building. Just quickly on the height question, in terms of what Mr. Cook said on behalf of the Deputy Mayor, I mean, our client did meet with Mr. Cook September 25th. There were no concerns expressed at that time to our client. This is actually the first time we're hearing of concerns from the Deputy Mayor, other than I think an email earlier today. I don't mean anything disparaging by that, but we had thought actually everything was fine, and in fact the community benefit contribution had been discussed at that meeting. I would simply say I understand the concern about history and precedent, but the Jopling approval was the first in this triangle, and at the time it was approved at 27 stories and 33 stories. What has happened in the subsequent year and a half is in fact the approval of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 buildings, 8 north of Dundas, 1 south of Dundas, where heights in fact have all increased. What we are doing here is increasing the height, but still maintaining principles of transition, north to south, but also east to west. You can see the peak at 45 stories.
Okay,
on
Mr.
the
Bronsko,
Liberty development.
if you could wrap up, sir, your time has expired.
Thank you, sir. I'll do 15 seconds
Sure.
and then I'll be done.
Okay.
45 stories, stepping down to 43, now stepping down to 38 stories for us. So in terms of precedent, people aren't going to go higher than us because in fact, we're lower than them. We're actually coming up to meet them, but maintaining the principles of transition through this really important area that's in the center and slated for much needed housing and intensification. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that additional time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Bronsko.
If we can just share the revisions so that Mr. Bronskill can confirm that the numbers are.
Yes, okay.
Thank you to the Deputy Secretary Treasurer. I had promised in my letter to attach an annotated public notice, and I realized, sir, that I did not. So I thank them for doing this.
If you could just take some time, Mr. Bronskill, to review what's on the screen and sign off on it or comment on it.
I'm just zooming, sir, and I'm going to confirm for you 53,600, yes. 52,600, yes. And 4 square meters, yes. Thank you to the Deputy Secretary Treasurer.
And we have the 1.92 meter aspect as well?
That's just staying the same. I'm assuming they'll increase the 2 square meters, but will they have to provide the 4 in some way? So they'll have to manage that.
Okay, so should we proceed toward an approval, Mr. Bronskill? You're okay with the Deputy Secretary Treasurer's wording?
I am, sir.
Okay. So, questions or comments of Mr. Bronskill, panel?
Okay, can we?
Okay, then. Sorry?
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify what is actually being asked for in the height increase. So what were the original stories and what are approved at, and what are we actually, what are you seeking right now?
Yes. So Tower A, through you, Mr. Chair, was 27 stories with a metric height of 84.4. It would increase to 29 stories with a metric height of 91.4. That's the northernmost tower, sir, which therefore remain lower than the Liberty to the east and lower than Tower B. Tower B is a larger increase from 33 stories approved to 38, and the metric increase is about 15 meters, just under 15 meters, 103.6 to 118.4. And you can find those numbers if you need them on slide 6 of our presentation.
You okay with that, Mr. Kumar?
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted it clarified and rather than just in the planning speak that we had in the actual variance.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so let's move into committee for discussion. I'm presuming we want to discuss a matter or two. Barring that, we can entertain a motion. Mr. Kumar.
I just want to make the comment that, I share the city planning concern that this really isn't an appropriate application for committee. It really should have been a zoning bylaw amendment. The amount of time that we allocate to these items, I don't think is justifiable for what's being asked here.
And you say, I'm not challenging what you're saying, but they went on to say, however, they're satisfied with their conditions that they're okay to proceed.
Well, planning is, but
Yeah.
I think it's a disservice to the public and the process that should have been followed.
Yep, oh, fair game. Anybody else want to weigh in? Okay, then I'll invite a motion to decide on this.
I was going to make a motion.
Sure.
I recommend approval of the revised variances subject to the November 2nd, 2023 planning conditions and the November 1st, 2023 transportation services condition number 1 only.
Okay, is there a seconder for that motion?
I will second it.
Ms. Popovic, thank you. All in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Bronskill. Thank you, Mr. Cook, and thank you, Mr. Rogers. Who? Okay, let's see. I'm just trying to find my material related to item 17. Ah, there it is. Item 17 is 6 Woolton Crescent. The purpose of this application is to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage. There are 3 variances. We have, there was a previous decision to defer to provide an opportunity to correctly identify the variances. We have an urban forestry request for deferral, and more recently we have urban forestry has recommended either deferral or condition 1 with respect to a city tree. And I don't think we don't have any speakers in this application, and we don't have any conditions other than urban forestry. So I think this is a pretty straightforward application. Mr. Zorkin, are you available?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Sergey Zorkin. I'm representing the owner of 6 Woolton Crescent. Yes, as you had mentioned, the application is pretty straightforward. We're just asking for a wider garage, like extra 2 feet of width of the house. and that affects our lot coverage from 30% to 35.6. We're pretty much just asking for 2-car garage, and that's about it.
Yep. Yeah, pretty straightforward. Panel, any questions for Mr. Zorkin? Okay, then let's go into committee for discussion if required by anybody, or a motion. Ms. Popovic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This, I agree, is a straightforward matter. It appears to meet the 4 tests, and I would make a motion to approve.
Is there a seconder for Ms. Popovic?
Can I make a friendly amendment to that?
Sure.
You know, it's urban forestry condition number 4 as a friendly amendment.
Well, that's a deferral. The
Oh, yes,
alternative
you're right.
is
Sorry.
I think you mean 1.
1. Sorry. Yes, you're right. It was changed to 1. So that's my friendly amendment, urban forestry condition number 1.
Okay.
Thank you.
And a seconder, Mr. Dalton?
That is my second. I am
Oh, you're
seconding.
seconding.
I'm making the friendly
all right.
amendment. I'm
First, second.
seconding. I'm
Gotcha. All in
seconding.
favor?
Yeah, I'm seconding.
Unanimously approved. Thank you.
That's urban forestry condition number 1.
Yep. Okay, we are now at our 18th and final item for the day. Why isn't it showing up? 1061 the Queensway. I'm having trouble finding it on my in my material. Just allow me a second here. Ah, there it is. Okay, the 1061 the Queensway, the purpose is to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage. We have 4 variances.
I think you're on the wrong items.
Oh, I'm on Woolton. Oh, 18. Okay. "1061 the Queensway, to modify the building height and parking requirements of the site-specific bylaw 748-2006. We have 2 variances. And we have a condition from community planning to construct as illustrated on building elevation drawings A305 to A312 as it relates to proposed building heights. And we don't have anything else on file. That would be the only condition should we move toward approval. David McKay, are you available to answer any questions that anyone might have?
Yes, I am, sir. My name is David McKay, MHBC Planning, representing the applicant, 7050 Weston Road, Suite 230, Woodbridge, Ontario.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is pretty straightforward. Are you okay with just moving toward questions of you, should the panel have any?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good. Let's do it that way then. Panel, any questions for or comments to Mr. McKay? We're all good? Okay, then I will invite a motion or a discussion if you wish.
Move a motion?
Mr. Dalton, yes?
To approve the variances subject to the October 26, 2023 city planning condition.
Anybody second Mr. Dalton's motion?
I will second.
Ms. Popovic, good. All in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you all. This meeting is, oh no, a motion to adjourn.
That's my favorite part.
Also move.
Mr. Dalton?
Motion
And
to
I understand under Robert's rules that that motion doesn't need to be seconded, correct? But we do
Doesn't need
vote
to
on
be
it.
con-
Does
doesn't
not
need to
need
be
to be
s-
seconded.
Okay.
All in favor? We are adjourned at 3:38.
2:38.
2:38.
You said we'd be out of here by 3 and you were right.
2:38. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, members.